الإكلينيكية، ويقدم مجموعة واسعة من الخدمات المتكاملة لتحقيق الريادة في مجال الأبحاث السريرية. وتتنوع هذه الخدمات ما بين الحلول الكفيلة بتسهيل إجراءات الأبحاث السريرية وتعزيز الوعي لدى المرضى بأهميتها، وغيرها من الخدمات التي تتوافق مع المعايير العالمية للممارسات السريرية الجيدة، من خلال عيادات تحتوي على أحدث الأجهزة الطبية عالية الدقة، مدعومة بوحدة أدوية الدراسات السريرية والأبحاث ضمن قسم الخدمات الصيدلية، ووحدة دعم الباحثين، وكذلك مختبر مركزي مجهز بكافة الأجهزة المخبرية الحديثة. ولأننا نسعى دائما لراحة المريض، فإن اللجنة الفرعية لأخلاقيات البحث العلمي للكليات الصحية، والتي تعتبر لجنة فرعية من اللجنة الوطنية للأخلاقيات الحيوية والطبية، وبإشراف وإدارة مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية، تسعى لحماية حقوق الموضوعات البحثية البشرية ومتابعة تنفيذها، حيث قامت بمراجعة 461 بروتوكولا بحثيا في سنة دراسية واحدة. إن هذا البرنامج بمشيئة الله هو أحد أدوات تحقيق التفوق في مجال أبحاث الدراسات السريرية في المملكة العربية السعودية، وتنفيذ العديد من المشاريع البحثية التعاونية الناجحة بين العلماء والأطباء، والتي تدعم اقتصاد المعرفة وتحقيق فهم أفضل لأدوية علاجية أكثر فعالية، مما ينعكس على صحة المرضى.
وحدة الأبحاث السريرية هي وحدة حديثة نسبيا في المدينة الطبية الجامعية، وتعنى بالأبحاث السريرية الإكلينيكية. من المعلوم أن الأبحاث السريرية الإكلينيكية هي أبحاث مهمة جدا للمريض وللمنشأة وللدولة بصفة عامة. الأبحاث السريرية الإكلينيكية على نتائجها يبنى استخدام الأدوية الجديدة، استخدام الأجهزة الجديدة، استخدام التدخلات الجراحية الجديدة. فبعد الانتهاء من الأبحاث الحيوانية تبدأ الأبحاث على الإنسان، وتمر الأبحاث السريرية بثلاث مراحل أولية قبل اعتماد الطريقة العلاجية، سواء كانت أدوية أو أجهزة أو تدخلات جراحية. المرحلة الأولى والثانية والثالثة. مشاركة جامعة الملك سعود ممثلة في المدينة الطبية الجامعية في هذه الأبحاث هو عامل مهم جدا لسلامة المرضى ولتطوير الخدمة في المستشفيات الجامعية، وأيضا الاقتصاد العام. وأيضا يعكس مدى التطور العلمي الذي وصلت إليه جامعة الملك سعود وتطور الباحثين في الجامعة. وجود هذه الوحدة التي أنشئت عام 2017 ودشنت رسميا عام 2018 يساعد الباحثين في أمور كثيرة، منها استقطاب الدراسات العالمية، مساعدة الباحثين على بدء دراساتهم العالمية، حماية الباحث، حماية المريض الذي سيكون من ضمن الدراسة، حماية المنشأة، ورفع اسم المملكة عاليا. الوحدة رغم حداثة عمرها إلا أنها تعتبر رائدة في المملكة العربية السعودية وفي المنطقة، وتسعى كثير من الجهات العلمية في المنطقة للاستفادة من خبرة هذه الوحدة.
لدينا في وحدة الأبحاث السريرية 3 عيادات مخصصة لمرضى الأبحاث السريرية، وأيضا يوجد لدينا مختبر مختص بتحضير وحفظ العينات الخاصة بالدراسات.
في عام 2016 تم افتتاح وحدة أدوية الدراسات والأبحاث من ضمن خدمات الرعاية الصيدلية بالمدينة الطبية. تقوم التجارب السريرية بدراسة أدوية جديدة لم تتم المصادقة عليها من قبل منظمة الغذاء والدواء، أو استخدامات جديدة للأدوية التي تمت المصادقة عليها. يتم التعامل مع أدوية الدراسات السريرية كأي دواء موجود بالصيدلية، ولكن بأخذ اعتبارات معينة يفرضها بروتوكول الدراسة مع تطبيق السياسات والإجراءات المعتمدة بالقسم. يقوم الصيدلي أيضا بتقسيم المرضى بشكل عشوائي لتوزيعهم إما بأخذ الدواء الوهمي أو الدواء الفعال. يتم حفظ الدواء بشكل منفصل عن بقية الأدوية مع مراقبة دقيقة لدرجة الحرارة عن طريق نظام إدارة المباني لمراقبة درجة الحرارة المطبق حديثا بالمستشفى. تعمل وحدة أدوية الدراسات السريرية والأبحاث مع برنامج الدراسات السريرية واللجنة الأخلاقية للبحث العلمي منذ المراحل الأولى في إنشاء التجارب السريرية ودراسة الجدوى لضمان سلامة المرضى وتشغيلها بكفاءة وجودة عالية.
منسق الأبحاث السريرية له دور كبير في جودة ودقة تطبيق الأبحاث السريرية، كما أنه يحرص على أهمية حقوق وسلامة المريض المشارك. رسالتي من واقع مجتمعنا أننا بحاجة إلى زيادة الجهود لإقامة البرامج التوعوية لتعزيز مفهوم المشاركة في الأبحاث السريرية.
وحدة الدراسات السريرية من الوحدات الهامة في المدينة الطبية، حيث تشكل حلقة الوصل بين الطبيب الأكاديمي الباحث والجهات الداعمة للأبحاث السريرية. لا شك بأن دورها مهم في التواصل ومتابعة مثل هذه الأبحاث السريرية داخل المدينة الطبية، وعادة تكون طبيعة هذه الأبحاث هي أبحاث مشتركة مع جهات سواء كانت خارج المملكة، داخل المملكة أو خارجها. لا شك بأن نتاج هذه الأبحاث سيكون إيجابيا على المرضى وعلى العلم بشكل عام، مما ينعكس فائدته على هذا البلد المعطاء، بالإضافة للاكتشافات العلمية والتي تفيد العالم بأجمع.
واليوم وحدة الدراسات من خلال برنامج الدراسات السريرية تعتبر خطوة واعدة للمزيد من الدراسات السريرية في المدينة الطبية الجامعية، وتكون هذه الوحدة داعمة لكل من الداعمين للدراسات والمهتمين بالدراسات السريرية من الباحثين، ومساعدة المرضى في فهم الدراسات السريرية لإقامة هذه الدراسات بجودة عالية باتباع جميع اللوائح والأنظمة والشروط العالمية والمحلية لضمان جودة الدراسة.
مشاركة الباحثين في جامعة الملك سعود في المدينة الطبية الجامعية في هذه الوحدة ونجاح للباحث نفسه والمدينة الطبية الجامعية ولجامعة الملك سعود. وشكرا لكم. Thank you.
الأبحاث السريرية بالمدينة الطبية. أهداف برنامج الأبحاث السريرية: يهدف برنامج الأبحاث السريرية لدعم دراسات الأبحاث الإكلينيكية، ويقدم مجموعة واسعة من الخدمات المتكاملة لتحقيق الريادة في مجال الأبحاث السريرية. وتتنوع هذه الخدمات ما بين الحلول الكفيلة بتسهيل إجراءات الأبحاث السريرية وتعزيز الوعي لدى المرضى بأهميتها، وغيرها من الخدمات التي تتوافق مع المعايير العالمية للممارسات السريرية الجيدة، من خلال عيادات تحتوي على أحدث الأجهزة الطبية عالية الدقة، مدعومة بوحدة أدوية الدراسات السريرية والأبحاث ضمن قسم الخدمات الصيدلية، ووحدة دعم الباحثين، وكذلك مختبر مركزي مجهز بكافة الأجهزة المخبرية الحديثة. ولأننا نسعى دائما لراحة المريض، فإن اللجنة الفرعية لأخلاقيات البحث العلمي للكليات الصحية، والتي تعتبر لجنة فرعية من اللجنة الوطنية للأخلاقيات الحيوية والطبية، وبإشراف وإدارة مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية، تسعى لحماية حقوق الموضوعات البحثية البشرية ومتابعة تنفيذها، حيث قامت بمراجعة 461 بروتوكولا بحثيا في سنة دراسية واحدة. إن هذا البرنامج بمشيئة الله هو أحد أدوات تحقيق التفوق في مجال أبحاث الدراسات السريرية في المملكة العربية السعودية، وتنفيذ العديد من المشاريع البحثية التعاونية الناجحة بين العلماء والأطباء، والتي تدعم اقتصاد المعرفة وتحقيق فهم أفضل لأدوية علاجية أكثر فعالية، مما ينعكس على صحة المرضى.
وحدة الأبحاث السريرية هي وحدة حديثة نسبيا في المدينة الطبية الجامعية، وتعنى بالأبحاث السريرية الإكلينيكية. من المعلوم أن الأبحاث السريرية الإكلينيكية هي أبحاث مهمة جدا للمريض وللمنشأة وللدولة بصفة عامة. الأبحاث السريرية الإكلينيكية على نتائجها يبنى استخدام الأدوية الجديدة، استخدام الأجهزة الجديدة، استخدام التدخلات الجراحية الجديدة. فبعد الانتهاء من الأبحاث الحيوانية تبدأ الأبحاث على الإنسان، وتمر الأبحاث السريرية بثلاث مراحل أولية قبل اعتماد الطريقة العلاجية، سواء كانت أدوية أو أجهزة أو تدخلات جراحية. المرحلة الأولى والثانية والثالثة. مشاركة جامعة الملك سعود ممثلة في المدينة الطبية الجامعية في هذه الأبحاث هو عامل مهم جدا لسلامة المرضى ولتطوير الخدمة في المستشفيات الجامعية وأيضا الاقتصاد العام، وأيضا يعكس مدى التطور العلمي الذي وصلت إليه جامعة الملك سعود وتطور الباحثين في الجامعة. وجود هذه الوحدة التي أنشئت عام 2017 ودشنت رسميا عام 2018 يساعد الباحثين في أمور كثيرة، منها استقطاب الدراسات العالمية، مساعدة الباحثين على بدء دراساتهم العالمية، حماية الباحث، حماية المريض الذي سيكون من ضمن الدراسة، حماية المنشأة، ورفع اسم المملكة عاليا. الوحدة رغم حداثة عمرها إلا أنها تعتبر رائدة في المملكة العربية السعودية وفي المنطقة، وتسعى كثير من الجهات العلمية في المنطقة للاستفادة من خبرة هذه الوحدة.
لدينا في وحدة الأبحاث السريرية 3 عيادات مخصصة لمرضى الأبحاث السريرية، وأيضا يوجد لدينا مختبر مختص بتحضير وحفظ العينات الخاصة بالدراسات.
في عام 2016 تم افتتاح وحدة أدوية الدراسات والأبحاث من ضمن خدمات الرعاية الصيدلية بالمدينة الطبية. تقوم التجارب السريرية بدراسة أدوية جديدة لم تتم المصادقة عليها من قبل منظمة الغذاء والدواء، أو استخدامات جديدة للأدوية التي تمت المصادقة عليها. يتم التعامل مع أدوية الدراسات السريرية كأي دواء موجود بالصيدلية، ولكن بأخذ اعتبارات معينة يفرضها بروتوكول الدراسة مع تطبيق السياسات والإجراءات المعتمدة بالقسم. يقوم الصيدلي أيضاً بتقسيم المرضى بشكل عشوائي لتوزيعهم إما بأخذ الدواء الوهمي أو الدواء الفعال. يتم حفظ الدواء بشكل منفصل عن بقية الأدوية مع مراقبة دقيقة لدرجة الحرارة عن طريق نظام إدارة المباني لمراقبة درجة الحرارة المطبق حديثاً بالمستشفى. تعمل وحدة أدوية الدراسات السريرية والأبحاث مع برنامج الدراسات السريرية واللجنة الأخلاقية للبحث العلمي منذ المراحل الأولى في إنشاء التجارب السريرية ودراسة الجدوى لضمان سلامة المرضى وتشغيلها بكفاءة وجودة عالية.
منسق الأبحاث السريرية له دور كبير في جودة ودقة تطبيق الأبحاث السريرية، كما أنه يحرص على أهمية حقوق وسلامة المريض المشارك. رسالتي من واقع مجتمعنا أننا بحاجة إلى زيادة الجهود لإقامة البرامج التوعوية لتعزيز مفهوم المشاركة في الأبحاث السريرية.
وحدة الدراسات السريرية من الوحدات الهامة في المدينة الطبية، حيث تشكل حلقة الوصل بين الطبيب الأكاديمي الباحث والجهات الداعمة للأبحاث السريرية. لا شك بأن دورها مهم في التواصل ومتابعة مثل هذه الأبحاث السريرية داخل المدينة الطبية، وعادة تكون طبيعة هذه الأبحاث هي أبحاث مشتركة مع جهات سواء كانت خارج المملكة داخل المملكة أو خارجها. لا شك بأن نتاج هذه الأبحاث سيكون إيجابيا على المرضى وعلى العلم بشكل عام، مما ينعكس فائدته على هذا البلد المعطاء. بالإضافة
اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق، خلق الإنسان من علق، اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم، علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم.
للمجد والعلياء مجدي لخالق السماء، وارفع الخفاق أخضر يحمل النور المسطر، رددي الله أكبر يا موطني. موطني قد عشت فخر المسلمين، عاش البنين للعلم والوطن.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أنا أحمد هرسي CEO للمدينة الطبية الجامعية. I welcome you all for this interesting and insightful meeting for clinical trials leadership meeting. This is our second open day for clinical trials. We held once a meeting in person before COVID. The main objective of this meeting is to function as a platform where researcher, institutes, representative, the industry, and the Saudi FDA as a regulator meets and discuss challenges and opportunities and how to push the field forward in all aspects. Last year, in my opening remarks, also I highlighted, and I still highlight this issue, which is the industry needs and challenges should be attended to if we would like to advance and attract more clinical trials to Saudi Arabia. My hope and dream is that any new drug get approved in Saudi market, at one day we'll have patients from our cohorts represented in the clinical trials in phase 3. In order to achieve this goal, which is very ambitious, centers, sites, investigators, and regulators, industry should work together hand in hand to facilitate and attract more clinical trials and make Saudi Arabia a hub for randomized clinical trial. The only way to do this is to approach this as an industry and expedite the process, whether at the micro level or the macro level, and make sure that our centers are well accredited, the data that we provide are of a high quality, and definitely this will have benefits to the country in terms of more job creation, attracting investments, as well as to our dear patients that participate in this trial. I wish you all the best in this meeting, and I'm sure we will have a great discussion among yourselves, and we'll learn from each other, inshallah. Thank you very much.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته، وسعد الله مساءكم جميعا. أنا أحمد باهمام، المدير التنفيذي للشؤون الأكاديمية بالمدينة الطبية الجامعية. It's with great pleasure to meet you today. I would like to thank Professor Ahmed Hirsi for having this meeting، وأيضا إجراء اللقاء تحت رعايته ودعمه المستمر لوحدة الأبحاث السريرية. I would like to thank all the participants as well for cutting this precious time of their busy time after a long working day to come in the evening to share their experience with us. Professor Hirsi covered the points that are related to the importance of this meeting. I have been asked to talk briefly, like 5 minutes, about enhancing intersectoral integration for the advancement of clinical research. Any researcher knows that to do sustainable, good quality research, you need collaboration. You cannot do it alone. Research is teamwork, always. Every researcher knows that. And this is more applicable to clinical trials, because here you have researchers, academics, industry, CROs, and the community at large, because you do studies on patients or volunteers from the community. So all these groups have to interact together, and they have to find a way to develop this research. I had 4 slides that I will share with you. These slides hopefully will generate some discussions in the coming sessions of this open day meeting. Probably will simulate more topics and ideas for discussion. If you please, can you open the share screen for me? Maybe you can stop sharing this so I can share my slides. I hope that you can see the slides. I know that we have a busy sessions today, so I will not take much of your time. I'm trying to have a slideshow, but it's not appearing here. Okay. I'll discuss with you a paper published in BMJ titled Collaboration Between Academics and Industry in Clinical Trials, Cross-Sectional Study of Publications and Survey of Lead Academic Authors. As a researcher and academic, I'll present this topic from my point of view. Maybe it will stimulate more discussion among experts in the field. I can't call myself expert in clinical trials because my research is not in clinical trials, but this is from the points as a researcher, and when I decide to join a trial or not, I put these points in mind. So in this study, they identify more than 1,000 trials from major journals, including New England Journal of Medicine, The Lancet, JAMA, Annals of Internal Medicine, JAMA Internal Medicine, BMJ, and PLUS Medicine. And they have different kind of trials, and they contacted 200 lead academic authors in clinical trials. Probably Professor Hersey is one of them. I want to show you these graphs just to see what are the points that I have concern about, and maybe you can discuss, because this is within the integration and collaboration between different sectors in doing clinical trial. If you look here, always number 2 is the academic authors. And you can see, for example, in the design, academic authors usually are not involved alone, but they are involved with the funder. You can see also in the conduct and in the analysis. In the analysis, you can see academic only or academic and funder, they are not involved much. And this is one of the main concerns of academics when they want to get involved in industry-sponsored clinical trials. And also reporting, the decision to report and what to report, also academics are not much involved into that. Here you see, for example, the choice of outcomes, academics are not much involved. Final say and design, some. Drafting manuscript, yes, they are involved. Final say to publish the manuscript, funder only is the one who decides. And this is one of the concerns, I'll bring here some of the concerns of the academics and the researchers who work in hospitals and medical cities. And I will end with these 4 points that probably will have some baseline for discussion in this meeting. In most industry-funded trials reported in high-impact medical journals, all aspects of the clinical trial were influenced by industry funder. And this is something probably you may discuss. Reported access to data does not always mean access to the entire trial data set. Data analysis is often conducted without academic involvement. And this is a concern for some academics that probably will be addressed in this meeting. Lead academic authors involved in industry-funded trials found the collaboration with the funder beneficial, but some reported loss of academic freedom. Academics used to work with a lot of freedom in their academic environment and in their research. And when they get involved in clinical trials, they feel sometimes restricted. I'm not trying to criticize any party here, just I'm raising some concerns because, as Professor Hersey mentioned, we hope that Saudi Arabia will be, inshallah, in the near future, a major hub for clinical trials in the region and a major contributor to the advancement of drug and device development to the world. And these points have to be addressed with the academics and the researchers who work in universities and medical research hospitals, different hospitals, we have to address these points to see any concerns the academics and researchers have, so they will be more interested in getting involved in different clinical trials. And this is a major part, because academics and researchers are major part and a very important step in recruiting clinical trials to the country. And this is some of the concerns that I found in this paper of academic leaders. And I share with them also some of these points. If I want to get into a trial, I keep all these points in front of me and then decide whether to work in a trial or not. And with this, I'll stop and thank you again for sparing this time out of your precious time in the evening to share your experience with us, all sectors who are contributing with us. We thank you all, and we hope that this meeting will be beneficial to the attendees. And I hope that we come with some important recommendations at the end of this meeting that probably will be distributed to the participant sectors and to other medical centers that try to get involved or they are starting having clinical trials. I'll stop at this point to save time, and I wish you, inshallah, a successful meeting. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Dr. Tariq, do you want me to go with the first session, or somebody will introduce the program?
الآن دكتور سامعكم فيها بس short video, then you will start inshallah based on the program.
Assalamu alaikum, Turkey. How are you? I think we better open the curtain. The sunlight is nice.
السلام عليكم. صباح الخير يا تركي، كيف الحال اليوم؟ إن شاء الله انك بخير. الحمد لله. معك أخصائية التثقيف الصحي منال. اليوم جاي أعرض عليك فكرة المشاركة في دراسة السريرية. الدراسة هذه لها إدعاء طبي.
دراسة؟
ممكن.
شفتني فيها تجارب؟
لا حاشاك. بس المقصد إنه في أشخاص فعلا تحسنت حالتهم من المشاركة في دراسة سريرية، فقلت ممكن إنك فعلا تعرف عن التجربة وتقرأ عنها وتشوف. وعندنا أشخاص ثانيين ممكن يعني يشاركونك تجربتهم إذا أنت حاب. السلام عليكم. هذه مشاركة في دراسة سريرية سابقة كلمتها حتى تجي تشاركك التجربة حقتها.
أنا هي مصابة بمرض مزمن، عرض علي طبيبي علاج جديد للتجربة، فرفضت بإحساسي إن الناس ما تحس فيني وأن الطب يستخدمني كأداة تجارب، إلى أن جاء يوم وسمعت حديث ما أنزل الله داعا إلا وأنزل له الشفاء، علمه من علمه وجاهله من جهله. فتذكرت قراري المتسرع وفكرت إني أدخل أقرأ عن العلاج وأشوف آثاره الجانبية وفوائده المحتملة، والحمد لله هذا أنا بصحة وعافية والحمد لله رب العالمين.
خلوني أقول لكم إن أي علاج أو دواء تشوفونه بالصيدلية قبل ما ينتشر بالسوق يمر ب4 مراحل، وقبل كل هذه المراحل يختبر العقار في المختبرات على أفراد غير بشرية حتى نختبر سميته وفعاليته وحركته الدوائية، وبعدها نختبر العلاج على الأفراد في تجربتنا السريرية واللي فيها راح نختبر التأثير العلاجي، الفعالية والمأمونية.
الله يعطيك العافية.
كفيتي ووفيتي والله يعطيكم العافية.
أبد هذا واجبنا وأنتم أملنا.
السلام عليكم تركي. How are you? الحمد لله. When you walk through a storm, hold your head up high and don't be afraid of the dark.
تفضل دكتور صالح.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for their invitation for me to chair the first session. And on their behalf, I would like to welcome our speakers for the first session. We have 3 distinguished speakers, and they really appreciate if they can stick to the time allocated to be able to take the questions. And for the participant, if you want to have a question, I would also appreciate if you can post them in the text chat to be able to address your question at the end of the session. Our first speaker is Dr. Sara الثاني, who is an advisor for healthcare and life sciences sector at the Saudi Ministry of Investment. She is a PhD holder in genetics and genomics from the University of Oxford, and she's been trained at a very highly reputable institution like Harvard Medical School and MIT. Her presentation is entitled Unlocking the Clinical Trials Landscape in KSA for Innovation and Economic Growth. So I would like to welcome Dr. Sara to start her presentation.
شكرا لك دكتور. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. هل الصوت واضح؟
إيه دكتورة، واضح جدا. تفضلي.
طيب I'll just share my screen. طيب الشاشة واضحة عندكم؟ الله يسلمك.
دكتورة تفضلي. It looks great. So please go ahead.
Excellent. So first of all, I'd like to thank you all for your attendance, and I'd like to extend a sincere thanks to the organizers for inviting me to speak today. I'm going to bring in maybe a different lens or a different perspective to the clinical research conversation, and that's one on economic value and innovation and growth from the Ministry of Investment's point of view. So what I'm going to take you through this evening is a little bit of background and context to root our conversation and share the Ministry of Investment's strategic outlook for the healthcare and life sciences sector, and from there transition into how we view the clinical trials landscape as a high value segment of the biomedical science value chain, and give our humble analysis of where we think we stand today as a country and what we can do to improve to unlock the space for maximum growth. So we'll begin with background and context. This is just a host of figures that essentially summarizes our healthcare, R&D and innovation landscapes locally. So if we look at the top left, we have our health spending as a percentage of GDP, and the orange line indicates the mean and roughly the median of our fellow G20 countries. And you can see that there is still potential and room for growth for Saudi Arabia, which is highlighted as the dark green bar in that figure. The figure on the right-hand side of that is our market share, our pharmaceutical market size compared to the MENA region and compared to the world. So we are almost 40% of the pharma market regionally, which means that we can leverage our regional scale to a large degree in terms of becoming an export-driven hub. If we look on the right-hand side, there's a panel of a few figures on research and development indicators. The first one is on researchers per million. And if you compare the number of researchers per million that we have compared to the top 15 global spenders in research and development, we fall rather shortly behind. You can see similar trends when it comes to our number of patent applications and patent registrations, as well as our gross domestic expenditure on R&D compared to top performing R&D countries. Most importantly, if you go back to the bottom left, these are a series of innovation indices that are produced annually. And if we look at the Global Innovation Index specifically, where biotechnology and clinical research makes up a giant component of that report, Saudi Arabia ranked 66 out of 131 countries, ranking most poorly in an indicator that is labeled as institutions. If you look at what composes of this indicator, you find regulatory environment, most importantly, as being the space where we score lowest. And this will make a lot of sense as we transition in the presentation, because we have noticed from an investment perspective that at the present moment, and given the current lay of the land in the kingdom, there's a very finite number of deals and opportunities that we can unlock in this sector because of various fundamental gaps in the ecosystem. And these gaps in the ecosystem range from being research-based to operational, to legal, to regulatory, and ultimately capacity-related as well. I won't spend too much time on the details of some of these pain points because perhaps they're conversations for other venues. But the point is to highlight, if you look at number 2, a fragmented ecosystem that the vast majority of biopharmaceuticals deem Saudi Arabia, as it currently stands, being a global clinical trials site, to us from the Ministry of Investment's point of view, represents a major ecosystem pain point. Other pain points are sector agnostic. Some of them include limited human and intellectual capital, which we know on a national level is an issue. Things like data governance, and issues around, I'm transitioning to the next slide, but I'm not sure if that's coming up. Okay, perfect. So we have some issues around, especially with public sector overlap and perhaps a lack of coordination between various entities that are mandated with similar things. Business environment is a major issue that the ministry is tackling. We have a relatively immature R&D ecosystem, as highlighted by the macroeconomic indicators in the R&D space that I showed you in the initial slide. We have some legal barriers that, for example, limit the extent to which we and private sector players as well can commercialize off of human genetic data or clinical research data conducted in humans. And of course, this is an issue across the board of funding and access to diverse pools of capital and the scarcity of translational research funds and low R&D expenditure. So if we take all of those macroeconomic indicators into account, as well as the various ecosystem pain points that I just described, we have developed a strategy that takes it all into account as the healthcare and life sciences sector at the ministry. And this strategy is a value chain based one, where we look at the entire biomedical science or healthcare and life science ecosystem from R&D on the one hand to manufacturing and distribution, all the way to clinical care, okay? So the idea is that anything that goes into research and development, be it a digital health application, a medical device, or a drug, will eventually go through that process of R&D all the way up to the end of that value chain, which ultimately culminates in clinical trials. Following that, whatever the product is will go through manufacturing and distribution, be it B2B or B2C, direct to consumer. And ultimately, the idea is anything that goes through the initial segment of this value chain will ultimately have to prove some sort of tangible medical or clinical impact on the other side. And that's why we have this clinical care pillar. So it is essentially the application of approved R&D outcomes. And there are, from our ministry's perspective, various opportunities and initiatives that we can exploit at the present moment and also unlock in these various segments of the value chain. The key thing is that this value chain rests on a foundation of very fundamental pillars that need to be completely realized in order to have a thriving and globally competitive ecosystem. The elements of this foundation are multi-sectorial partnerships, favorable policies and regulations for both local and international investors, sustained financing, and having diverse access to diverse pools of capital. We need competitive talent and expertise in human and intellectual capital. And ultimately, from the ministry's perspective, we need to create a competitive portfolio of incentives for investors in the biomedical ecosystem. So what we have done is we've dissected each one of these pillars of the value chain to their core components. I'm not going to go through manufacturing and distribution and clinical care for the purposes of this talk, but I will take you through the way that we've dissected R&D, all the way from developing a hypothesis to early research and discovery, to preclinical research, and then clinical trials. The idea is to map investment opportunities and opportunities for policy and regulation reform along the entire value chain. And in order to do this, you need to be able to map the value chain first. So our focus for this evening is on this segment of the value chain, which is clinical trials and what it pertains in terms of interventional and observational, all the way from phase 1 to phase 4, with all of the different regulatory checks and balances involved. So this leads me to the final segment of my talk, which is on how we can unlock this segment of the value chain. So the value of clinical trials from our perspective, which is economically and financially proven to be the highest value segment of this value chain that I just presented to you. So the value of clinical trials, as many of you here know much better than I do, the value, there are spillover effects to multiple segments of society and government and the economy, beginning with patients first and foremost. So this gives patients access to cutting-edge medical technology and innovative therapies. For clinicians, it is an avenue for gaining firsthand experience with clinical drugs, gaining knowledge, and fostering international collaborations with the medical community and industry. For healthcare institutions, it also allows the participation in clinical trials, allows them to offer innovative alternatives to patients and attract leading clinicians from around the world. From an economic perspective, it helps obviously create jobs and has very clear and direct contributions to GDP. From a governmental perspective, it is inextricably linked to the economic value, which is the creation of jobs and opportunities, and injecting the government with an innovation mindset and medical progress. From an economic perspective, we've looked at several countries and have highlighted these for the purposes of these presentation to convey this high value that I keep describing throughout the presentation. So the economic impact of clinical research or clinical trials, if we look at USA, for example, in the States, biopharma have invested over 15 billion at clinical trial sites around the country, which have culminated in a total economic impact of over 40 billion. And this translates to over 920,000 participants in clinical trials from thousands of industry-led clinical trials across the country. If we look at the UK, for example, this has culminated in 8 billion British pounds of gross value added and almost 50,000 full-time equivalent jobs for the UK. In New Zealand's case, and for clinical trials of prescription medicines specifically, this has contributed around 1 billion to the New Zealand economy with almost 1,000 highly skilled jobs. For Hungary, which is part of the Central and Eastern European list of countries that have created success stories in the recent past, they have been able to generate 900 jobs and roughly 200 million in revenue among CROs and pharmaceutical companies. And we have done this for many other countries, including Singapore and others who are recent innovators in the biomedical space, and see these consistent trends in economic value and jobs created across the board. So what we have learned from our industry partners and investors is that speed, expertise, and quality and cost are the key criteria for country selection for clinical research. And I'm sure that you all here with us today know that these are the criteria and what they entail much better than I do. But the implications on revenue when it comes to cost and speed, especially if we consider the fact that there is a finite number, there's a finite period of time in which these companies can acquire exclusive revenue from patents, and the fact that they can re-inject that revenue into R&D for more innovative medicines means that speeding this process as much as possible is a high priority item for them. Again, from the investor's point of view, and from our analysis, we know that 50% of all trials worldwide are conducted in the US, China, Japan, and Germany. And given that Saudi Arabia is a high-income country, is a G20 economy, it ranks 57th overall with only 0.22% of trials worldwide. And this is far behind Spain and Poland, who have caught up recently and have very unique success stories, which I will share with you very quickly in the coming slides. But essentially, the key challenges can be summed up from the investor's point of view as issues around predictability, transparency, and efficiency. And so these are around IRB approval processes and lack of standardized timelines for these approvals, issues around limited experience of research staff or not enough incentives in institutions for PIs and coordinators and so on to conduct this kind of work, and the limited number of centers that can implement clinical trials in terms of participating globally and for industry partners. So if you look at, when you compare Saudi Arabia to other countries in terms of their percentage of clinical trials market share, you know, we have about 79 sites based on this data. I'm sure it's a little bit outdated, so maybe these figures have changed a little bit. But our percentage of clinical trials market share has certainly not increased substantially from the figures that you see here. And so there is enormous room for improvement. In terms of these success stories, for the purposes of time, I'll just keep it very brief. So Spain is an example of a success on speed, where they were able to massively shrink their timelines and increase their number of clinical trials per year by 55%, and have thus been able to increase in the ranks, as you saw on the previous slide. In terms of the Central European countries, what they have been able to do is gain a very strong reputation for the quality of their research data, as audits and inspections can attest to. And so this has resulted in their increase in terms of rankings in global clinical trials, but also in their percentage of clinical trials market share. Ultimately, you know, there are recommendations that we hear from local stakeholders and international partners on how we can improve. And they can be summed up in these two categories based on the information that we have gathered. And firstly, it is on accelerating the startup process, so harmonizing IRB review and ensuring that the timelines for IRB review are predictable, and also improving expertise and quality. So this is increasing the expertise of clinical trial staff through in-depth training, the proper institutional support, and having dedicated cross-functional research teams. Making sure that internal quality controls are on par with international audits and inspections and the accreditation standards that are required. Local real-world data is also really important for improving quality and expertise, and making sure that we have unified platforms for patient statistics that we can consult as a local medical community, but that also investors and biopharmaceutical innovators can consult to assess things like patient recruitment and where trials can be conducted and what disease areas to prioritize. I'd like to wrap up by sharing with you what we are doing as the Ministry of Investment to overcome some of these challenges and make sure that we as a country can unlock the full potential of clinical trials as a high value segment of the value chain. So what we have done at the sector is create what we call a clinical trials coalition, and many of the participants that are with us in this conference this evening, we have been lucky that they've agreed to join this coalition and share with us their important expertise and insights. And this coalition is essentially a partnership between the Ministry of Investment, various local stakeholders, from government or who are operational or who bring their clinical expertise to the table, and even from an industrial manufacturing point of view. And we have international partners with us. It is being co-led by Eli Lilly and Roche as industry partners, but they are representing the broader pharmaceutical community that are operating in the region. And the idea is we have already begun, and we have developed a series of workshops to assess our current state and what we can do to improve moving forward, to accumulate the inputs and insights from all of the different coalition members and make sure that we put together a strong policy document out of the Ministry of Investment that conveys the value of clinical trials, that effectively communicates benchmarking comparison with globally competitive clinical trial sites, to assess our current state very transparently and honestly, so we can define a very clear problem statement and create concrete, actionable policy recommendations that directly address the problem statement that we define. And the idea is for these policy recommendations to be mapped to various ecosystem stakeholders for implementation. They will have various performance indicators aligned with them, and with a proper legislative and bureaucratic implementation frameworks to ensure that these policies are followed through in government and in the biomedical research space, so that we can become a globally competitive and unified clinical trials ecosystem nationally and globally. And with that, I will wrap, and happy to take your questions. Thank you so much, and thanks again to the organizers for inviting me to speak.
Thank you, Dr. Sarah, for a great presentation. And I would ask you, please, if you can stay around until all the three speakers conclude their presentation, and then we'll open the platform for questions. Our second speaker is Dr. Majid Al-Juraisi. Dr. Majid Al-Juraisi is a graduate from King Saud University College of Pharmacy. He obtained his bachelor degree and master from King Saud University, and then he pursued his career and obtained his PhD degree in pharmacy from University of Tennessee, as well as also Master of Medical Education from King Saud bin Abdulaziz University Health Science Colleges. Dr. Majid, currently appointed as Director of Clinical Trial Services, in addition to be a Chairman of Research Office at KMARC. He's also a consultant at King Abdullah Specialized Hospital, and he's an Associate Professor at College of Pharmacy at King Saud bin Abdulaziz University for Health Sciences. Dr. Majid's presentation is entitled The National Command Center of Clinical Trials. So please welcome me to, join me to welcome Dr. Majid for his talk. Please go ahead, Dr. Majid.
Thank you very much, Professor Saleh. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I have to Dr. Saleh, the screen is clear?
Clear, and your voice is very sounds unclear, so please go ahead.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Majid, we lost you. I don't know if you are still...
important initiative, which is the clinical trials in the country. Without taking further time, I would like to start my talk. So my talk is going to be about the National Command Center for Clinical Trials. Just to give you a background and history of this initiative. It is a national initiative launched as part of the national vision 2030 initiatives and sponsored by the National Industrial Development and Logistics Program that will consist on developing and enhancing capabilities and capacities in clinical trials in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, with the ultimate goal to contribute to pharmaceutical industry development in the kingdom. So this is the initiative that is being started. We have searched around and found the Korean network enterprise for clinical trials have very similar situation where they have started some 10 or 15 years ago with the same probably infrastructure that we have now, and they have advanced their system to be now the top 5 countries in the internationally for recruiting and for conducting clinical trials. So this is why we have selected the Korean Network Enterprise for Clinical Trials. So the timeline for this National Command Center was started by signing a memorandum of understanding with the between KMARC and Connect as part of the Saudi Korean Vision 2030 during the fourth quarter of 2017. Then the Connect team has visited and KMARC facility, assist our infrastructure and provide reports. Later on, we have signed the official contract and agreement with Connect and also the Seoul National University Hospital to provide, it was in June 2018, to provide the required training and sharing experiences to establish the clinical trials in the country. In the fourth quarter of 2019, we had a major milestone in the National Guard Health Affairs facility and also in the Kingdom by launching the first phase 1 clinical trial unit that was approved by the Saudi FDA. Then we have the NIDLib approving the ADA card in the second quarter of 2019, since they are going to sponsor this initiative and allocated funds to execute all the plans. In the fourth quarter 2020 of this year, the Saudi Clinical Trial Enterprise was advisory board was formed, and we had our initial meeting. This is just a picture of the signing ceremony with the Korean partners. It was in June 2019. This is the first advisory board meeting we had in last October 2020. So our strategic objectives of this National Command Center was to establish a national network to help manage and coordinate clinical trials and act as a key link among national stakeholders and international partners. Second, establish effective strategic partnership with several internal and external academic, governmental, and industrial institutions running and or sponsoring clinical trials. Also supporting economic diversification by providing an attractive investment environment for local and international investors. Promoting medical research by raising the level of competence of practitioners in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And lastly, last but not least, is providing
I think we lost Dr. Majid. I don't know if he's still around. Is the technical support team around with us? Do you hear me? دكتور أحمد شمان.
هلا، حياك الله، أسمعك.
maybe you prepare yourself to share your screen, and then we can complete with Dr. Majid once he joined, if he did not join yet.
Okay.
We'll get benefit of time. And the technical support, if you can speak to Dr. Majid, see what's the problem, and then if he can reconnect with us, that will be highly appreciated.
واضح السلايدز؟ واضح الصوت؟
واضح يا دكتور، واضح الصوت والسلايد. So we'll go with the third speakers until Dr. Majid is reconnected, and then he can complete his presentation. Our third speaker is Dr. Ahmed Al-Shaman. He's an assistant professor at College of Pharmacy at King Saud University. He's a PhD holder of clinical epidemiology from the University of Sydney, Australia, and he completed his master and doctor degree in clinical pharmacy from University of South Australia. His major research interest is clinical trials and epidemiology. Dr. Ahmed is going to present about the improving the level of attractiveness for clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. Please go ahead, Dr. Ahmed.
يعطيكم العافية. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله، مساكم الله بالخير. طبعا شكرا للدكتور أحمد الهرسي والدكتور أحمد باهمام والدكتور طارق الحواسي، والشكر جزيل لك الدكتور صالح المحسن على استضافتنا وتقديمكم لنا، والله يعطيكم العافية. وبس حب بس انبهكم يعني فيه بعض يعني الاوفرلاب بين بعض السلايدات عندي ومحاضره الدكتوره ساره الثاني. فالصراحه سمعنا اشياء طيبه يعني ما كانت يعني افيلبل للببليك ان نعرفها، فكانت شيء طيب صراحه انه نشوف كميه الاستعداد اللي جالسه تصير لتطوير الكلينيكال ترايل ايكو سيستمز. وبرضه الدكتور ماجد الجريسي اللي تكلم عن الناشونال كوماند سنتر. فالحمد لله يعني قاعدين نشوف اشياء قاعده تتحرك في الانفايرمنت او في الافق جايه في الطريق، وكلنا متفائلين باذن الله. طبعا راح احاول اني اختصر في الاشياء اللي ذكرتها الدكتوره ساره يعني، فباني ما راح اتكلم عنها مره ثانيه يعني، واحاول اختصر فيها بسرعه يعني. طيب راح اتكلم اول شيء بعض الفاليو فور كلينيكال ترايلز. يعني هنا راح اركز بشكل اكبر على الانفستيجيتور انيشيتد ترايلز. ذيس از ماي ميجر يعني الانترست حقي. وبرضه راح اتكلم عن الفاكتورز اللي كونسيدرد ان ذا تشويس اوف ترايل جيوغرافي في السعوديه او في من شركات الادويه بشكل عام، واللي ممكن تستفيد منها يعني الستيك هولدرز الموجودين عندنا، بحيث انهم يعني they could use these to help build the clinical trials infrastructure that we need. And also we'd like to speak about some of the challenges and the opportunities for clinical trials in Saudi Arabia, and I think Dr. Sarah did a good job there, and so basically we'll not try to repeat most of what she said, and also give some of the guiding principles that possibly should guide the activities that could be done to stimulate the clinical trial sector. Okay. طيب. فالclinical trial segmentation. Usually clinical trials are categorized based on the sponsor of the clinical trials. So we have industry clinical trials or sponsored clinical trials, and we have non-industry clinical trials. Or basically we could call that the investigator-initiated trials. And also there is different categories that could be classified, but I will focus here on the industry versus non-industry or investigator-initiated, as these trials mainly conducted by the industry trials mainly conducted by the pharmaceutical companies or biotechnological companies that's aiming to trying to commercialize their intellectual property under studies and try to fulfill the regulatory requirements in order to market their products. Whereas for the initiated trials, usually are conducted by investigators trying to understand or improve the patient outcomes or health in specific diseases, and not usually for the commercial reasons. Okay, so general benefits of the clinical trial. So there is many direct and indirect benefits of conducting a clinical trials or having a program for clinical trials in a country. As Dr. Sarah says, could provide access to innovative medicines, could contribute to the local knowledge. Here I want to focus a little bit about contributing to the local knowledge. Having a well-established clinical trial infrastructure in the country could help the investigators here into solving many of the issues that is really local to Saudi Arabia. For example, a couple of years ago, like when we have this MERS-CoV virus that's in the country, that we still did not have a vaccine for that. Basically because it is localized within Saudi Arabia, and no international or pharmaceutical companies are interested to develop vaccines because it is mainly localized within us. And we also have some diseases that are local to our areas. So having a good clinical trial infrastructure would help us improve the situations locally and for our citizens. Also would provide economic benefits to the country. So this is basically the value of clinical trials. Similar to what Dr. Sarah says, usually the investment or expenditure activities that done by the pharmaceutical companies into the clinical trial sectors usually will result in direct economic benefits, which is employment and or avoid the healthcare cost during the trial conduct, since most of these patients otherwise would be treated on the expense of the government, but within the environment of clinical trials settings, that patient will be treated by the sponsor. So also this could lead to follow-on benefits direct to the patient, and for the sectors, the patient could benefit from participating in clinical trials and by improving in health outcomes and the quality of life. The sector itself will improve by having improved the standard of care within the health sectors, as well as by being exposed to different clinical trials. Then you will build capabilities, and you will have an expert staff, and what we can call is a key opinion leaders within the industry, and this would help raise the profile of the country, and suggesting that it could also increase more trials from the sponsors of pharmaceutical companies to be brought back to the country. And also in the other levels like multiplier effects, because if you generate jobs and you get the patients to have a great force participations because of being otherwise healthy, this could also help in raising the wider economy. So just to give an example of the Australian clinical trials at a glance. Why Australia? Because basically I'm biased towards Australia because I studied there. And the second thing is I think the population is around 24 million in 2018. So the number of population is a little bit comparable. Definitely there is different aspects in terms of the population, the culture, and also the health systems and regulations. But in general, in 2015, approximately 1,360 trials were started in Australia. And that's generated a gross expenditure of $1.1 billion for all the ongoing trials in that year, and generating approximately or supporting approximately 6,900 jobs, which is people are usually largely tertiary qualified. So this is an idea of where we can head. I know that our current situation in Saudi Arabia is not that bright, but we are heading there, inshallah. So about 4,700 of these 6,900 jobs are within the industry itself, so within the CRO companies or within the pharmaceutical industry, and about 2,200 is within the clinical staff or investigator or research nurses and the study coordinator sites within the health system itself. So just to differentiate between what different value chain of clinical trial value chain these different organizations are playing part within the clinical trials value chain. For industry-sponsored trials, basically the pharmaceutical company almost always is the sponsor on the funding, and usually they design the trials. And they also could outsource some of these activities into CRO companies. But in terms of the coordination or doing the clinical recruitment and looking after patients at the sites, the trial sites itself are more involved. And for the investigator-initiated trials, usually the involvement or the sponsor itself, either it is an entity, non-industry entities, or an individuals or a university, for example, and these people are working together. So they own the protocol, they design the studies, and they manage all the trial activities. So they are basically, most of the control of these activities are within the universities and investigators. Also, clinical trials networks could collaborate and they work together in order to conduct the trial at hand. So why investigator-initiated trials? So Australia, they have what's so-called Australian Clinical Trial Alliance, which has a lot more than 75 clinical trials networks at different specialties. And they did a study to evaluate the economic impact of investigator-initiated trials in Australia. They did it on 3 networks, focusing on 25 high-impact clinical trials. And by assuming that the results of this trial were implemented in 65 of the eligible Australian population for 1 year, they expected the gross benefit to be about 2 billion, and measured through either as a result of better health outcomes or reduced health services cost. And reducing health services cost would account for 30% of the gross benefit that is generated from these trials. And this 30% alone would exceed the total cost for the 3 networks and all of their research activity for over than 10 years. So it's a huge return on investments that they could generate by doing investigator-initiated trials. And they calculated the return on investment is about $5.8 for every $1 invested. And that is a huge return on investment, and it is suggested that clinical investigator-initiated trials, if it is done properly with high quality, they would have economic impact to the country. And about 9% of this 2 billion gross benefits, it was equivalent to the whole National Health and Medical Research Council funding that received by all Australian networks for over 10 years. So that's big impact for the investigator-initiated trials. And what I would like to emphasize here is that both investigator-initiated trial and industry or sponsored or industry-sponsored trials, they are very important for the ecosystem of clinical trials ecosystem, because they present in like symbiotic relationships. So you have at one hand, for example, if you have a sponsored trials, okay, and then so you have capacity building, you train people, and those you could benefit from the capacity you build because of the sponsored clinical trials to do non-industry trials, and vice versa. If you do a high quality investigator-initiated trials and basically having have the high quality academic research, that would raise the reputation of the country and would attract more pharmaceutical companies sponsor the trials into the country. Okay. So what factors considered to the choice of the trials? I think Dr. Sarah mentioned about that the speed, the quality, and the cost, which is basically is the same here. But I would like to add that there is some conditional factors that which could play a part by the regulatory authorities here is that sometimes some regulatory may require local data to be collected in order to approve the medication. So they would like local data. And also the...
You can conclude within 1 to 2 minutes maximum, please.
Okay. So the expected peak sale of the country is also an important factor. Other relative competitive factors here is important for the country competitiveness, and they varied based on who's sponsoring the trial and what is the purpose of the trial. So I will just quickly for these two studies, they basically saying this is the factors that are considered by the pharmaceutical headquarters in which country to choose in order to conduct the trials in those countries. So the study population availability, the timely patient recruitment, so speed, the resources at the site, and the site personnel interest and commitments are the most highest. And the cost of running these trials are less important compared to these factors. These trials also say the same, that basically the cost is not as important as other speed and the quality factors. So this brings to the two segments that is important to distinguish between in industry-sponsored trials is the complex and rapidly changing trials with complex or rapidly changing disease areas and or involving biological. So it's a complicated trials, usually would require high quality data and treatment and high levels of key opinion leaders involvement. And these are usually the countries where they have a well-developed medical expertise or medical investigators or trialists will win these trials. And there is other trials that will have lower design complexity and basically would love to recruit as much patient as they can. For example, late cardiovascular or metabolic trials. These are the trials that focus on the cost per patient, and that would, if you don't have a good infrastructure or cost advantage, that you might lose these trials. So the challenges that is mentioned by Dr. Sarah, so I will not repeat it here, and just want to mention that there is a systematic review of the quality of randomized trials done in Saudi Arabia that raised a lot of discussion and debate over the Twitter. It found that usually the trials that we have are either of low quality or of low numbers, and that has to change. Patient awareness and knowledge about the clinical trials are low, but most of these studies that's done in Saudi Arabia suggest positive attitudes. So
I would appreciate if you can.
I will finish by mentioning that just what should be done is we need to focus on the patient as the center of the trials and put the research at the heart of health research systems, and also partnership and collaboration are the core of any success. And also would like to emphasize the workforce development of clinical research professionals, because those are the people that would sustain the industry in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Sorry to cut you in the middle, but I mean, we're really tight with time. Before Dr. Sarah, she needs to leave at 5 minutes after 7 o'clock. So I would like to address any question from the audience. Maybe for sake of time, I can, Dr. Sarah, if you are around, can I ask you about one of the major challenges and difficulty in closing the gap is actually what we call the death valley from ideas and proof of concept to a commercialization. So the Ministry of Investment, or from the exercise that we have been through, what do you think that we need to do as a national level, or the Ministry of Investment, to attract high risk investment to support and fund such ideas to fill the gap of death valley and avoid death valley?
So thanks, Dr. I think that's a really great question. And we've been thinking about it a lot at the ministry, and we're tackling it from a few different angles. So if you recall, when I listed the ecosystem pain points, can you hear me okay, first of all?
Yes, I do. I do hear you.
Yeah. So if you recall, when I touched on some ecosystem pain points, commercialization was one of them. And to us, we understand that the barriers are in the shape of funding, they're in the shape of culture and awareness, capacity and know-how, in translational research, and the fact that there is no clear roadmap for folks who are in that kind of preclinical space in terms of supporting infrastructure. So scale up for clinical trials, pilot phase manufacturing, process optimization, and all of these things. There are private sector players and very kind of deep ecosystems in leading countries internationally in these processes or these segments that facilitate commercialization. And so we have highlighted these as priority areas for investment and for attracting investors. There are some of these manifest as legal barriers, like I mentioned, in terms of commercializing off of human genomic data. So for example, that applies to a company like 23andMe, where you would as a consumer order a genetic sequencing kit, but it also applies to, for example, companies who are leading in rare disease gene therapies like Vertex and so on, who they would be deterred from commercialization activities in the country because of some of these barriers. But if you when we map out the value chain, the bottle, and when we spoke to a lot of our top biotech ecosystem players in academia and across the country, in Jeddah, Riyadh, Sharqiya, and other places, what they cite is that, you know, they have these discoveries that are sitting in freezers, be it vaccines or therapeutics or what have you, and they don't know where to take it from the academic lab or how to take it from the academic lab to clinical trials and then ultimately to the market. And we found that process optimization and scale-up manufacturing are the quickest practical solutions, but you also need economic innovation labs and economic development labs and departments like the one that KAUST has, for example, which facilitates access to funds and commercialization and these kinds of things. So it's an ecosystem effort overall, but we are it's at the top of our priority list, and we're trying to identify the best investment opportunities to unlock this or to bridge this gap.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I don't know if any question from the audience before Dr. Sarah leave. Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah. I really appreciate your presence, and so sorry to keep you that late. And maybe now we can ask Dr. Majid if we can. There is a question for you, Dr. Sarah. How will, let me just try to read it. Dr. Sarah, still around?
Yes, yes.
Dr. Sarah?
Yes, I'm here.
Al-Anud, if you can post your question. Okay, so Al-Anud is asking question, how will the advancement of clinical trial or clinical read here affect the Kingdom of Future economy?
I think, you know, the figures that I presented in terms of the economic impact and job creation, full-time equivalent jobs, contributions to GDP. I'm sure some of my other colleagues have shown some of these figures. This is the space, this is the springboard for innovative medicines and innovative therapeutics. This is where the innovation happens, and the correlation between innovation and economic growth is, you know, objectively universally established, and it's even the growth is even greater when you go from very little activity to all of the sudden jumping and becoming globally competitive, which we have the ability to do. We have the ability to leapfrog a lot of these systems because we have really great infrastructure. And we have a lot of things that we can build on, as I'm sure many of my colleagues have mentioned. And so it's just a matter of unification, getting regulatory processes in order. The fixes are not extreme, and they won't take a long time. And I think as soon as we resolve a lot of these issues, we'll be able to see a correlation with innovation and economic growth that's massive.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah, for being with us and coming back again to answer the question. And on behalf of the organizer and the organizing committee, we really appreciate your presence and great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to you all, and thanks for the questions.
Maybe I'll if we can upload his presentation, that will be highly appreciated. So we
Thank you, Dr. Saleh. Can I have...
And take the fun...
Can you hear me now?
We do hear you, yeah, but we don't see the slide. If you can share your screen.
Sure. I don't have the option to share the screen. Yes. Okay.
I'll tell you where we lost you. So probably that you did not realize that we lost you maybe after the agreement and the objective of the National Command Center.
So I think we reached that this key strategic objectives. Did we discuss the?
We finished the objective, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we did.
Excellent. Because these are very important. If I may just emphasize on the last one, which is providing opportunity for capacity building and training in clinical trials. This is where the most important strategic objectives of this National Command Center initiative. Now, I would like to just give you some background about the infrastructure of clinical trials in KMARC. So our clinical trial services consisted of multidisciplinary team that is highly experienced conducting clinical trials. So when we have a clinical trial approval, we provide a research coordinator assigned to the principal investigators and work hand in hand to facilitate and communicate and facilitate communication, in fact, between the principal investigators and other parties involved in clinical trials, including the CRO or the sponsor. In addition to this, we also have scientific offers in terms of study design for investigator-initiated clinical trials, protocol development, feasibility studies, and biostatistician consultation. Also, we have the project implementation, where our monitor will go and have the site startup initiation visit, and also to conduct the follow-up monitoring visit in addition to the closing out visit. For the project management, with assigning a clinical research coordinators, we also provide training to the clinical trial staff, including principal investigators and sub-investigators, with all staffs on the filling the electronic case report form, in addition to the data management, and to make sure that the data has reached high quality as expected by the sponsor and the CRO, which is the most important part of the clinical trial. We have also the safety reporting as well as the quality assurance in every single clinical trial. As I mentioned, one of the major milestones that we have in our clinical trial history is to have the phase 1 clinical trial unit approved by the Saudi FDA in November 2019. It is located inside the King Abdullah Specialized Children's Hospital, where we have access to all the facility. This is just part of the phase 1 clinical trial unit. Number of clinical trials that we are conducting, we have in KMARC around 80 or close to 90 clinical trials, being the oncology is the most predominant, cardiovascular, endocrine, infectious diseases, as well as the asthmatic patient. So we need to think about clinical trials from the more general perspective. So it is not only clinical trials. So before conducting clinical trials and also after, so we start with the basic research. So in order to build the infrastructure for clinical trials, we have to think about the R&D, where we start the basic science research and going to the preclinical studies where we have the animal facilities, and conducting clinical trials, then we end up with the product. So it is, we should not end our goal by having only clinical trials. So as the 2030 vision, to support the pharmaceutical industry, as well as also the development of pharmaceutics, including vaccines development. It should start from the basic science, going through the preclinical into the clinical trial and to the product development. If we have a benchmark, if we benchmark ourselves with a country that is similar to our size, let's take Poland as a country where similar size. So their population 38 million people compared to our population 33 million. Our GDP very close, 585 GDP in Poland and 782 billion in our case. But look at the number of clinical trials in Poland, reaching 6,296 compared to our clinical trials in the country is 445. And for the horizon in 2020, Poland, they put their vision to have biotech of $700 million revenues. In our case, we don't have that figure yet. This is what we need to work on. This is just to give you an example of a very low-hanging fruit that we have in our country. If we take an example of acute myeloid leukemia, in US, about 16,500 patients, AML patients. Active in a clinical trial in AML patients, about 593. The patients available per trial, only 28. Compared to Poland, 1,900 patients, AML patients, only 24 recruited, and active or patient available for clinical trial 79. Look at our statistics. 1,650 patients, AML patients, only 2 patients recruited or enrolled in clinical trial, AML clinical trial, and how many patients available per trial? 825. So this is what we need to think about. It's a really a low-hanging fruit. We just need to build the infrastructure and the experience and the human capacity to start to be able to recruit those patients. Let me just give you an example of where our diversity, the major diversity of our system, our processing, our experiences in clinical trials. Let's take the cost of clinical trials. And in fact, we are sharing our experience. In fact, when we are talking to a CRO or a sponsor about the cost of clinical trial, they are comparing our cost or our estimated cost by other centers, where in fact it's a very, very low cost. So if we take the infectious disease, for instance, phase 1 cost per patient, 15,000 to enroll 1 patient in phase 1, 17,000 for phase 2, 18,000 for phase 3. And you can go on and on for the list. So this is just to give you an estimate of how much it costs per patient. With regard to the details of this cost, in per patient recruitment cost, patient retention cost, registered nurse, physician cost, clinical procedure cost, and central laboratory cost. I don't have to read all these costs, detailed costs to you, but just to imagine how many items that we are missing when we are calculating cost per patient, unfortunately. And this is where we have, in fact, different system, different, let me put it this way, in cost analysis per patient. And in fact, and unfortunately to say this, the CRO...
In 2 minutes,
sorry?
You can conclude within 2 minutes. I would really appreciate it.
So just to keep in mind where we are in terms of lacking experience in cost per patient for the clinical trials. This is where the primary cost drivers, it goes in data management, supplies, equipment, complexity in procedures, stringent regulations and more complexity in regulations, and specialized workforce. So our ultimate goal from this initiative, from this command center, of course, start with building the infrastructure, and then goes into developing and delivering high quality clinical trial. I need to emphasize enough on the quality, because CROs, sponsoring company, looking at high quality data generated from the clinical trials. If they are questioning the data integrity from a site, they will close that site forever. And first impression is last impression. And then become the hub of the clinical trials in the region, as it was mentioned by Professor Hersey in his introduction. So with this, I would like to conclude, and I would like to thank, in fact, our partner, active partner, when we have the advisory board formed, the Saudi FDA, the Saudi Health Council, King Fahd Medical City, King Faisal Specialist Hospital, and also Connect. We are open to have more partners with us in order to reach our goal and achieve our objectives. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Majid, and thank you, Dr. Ahmed, for a great presentation. Really, I appreciate your adherence to time. And sorry for any technical difficulties and problems. I think this is the new normal that we have to live with, and probably this is going to be something that we need to live with for some time. I would open the platform for discussion, and I would really appreciate if people can post their question in the text chat. Otherwise, they can raise their hands and address their question to the audience, specifying the question addressed to whom. Meanwhile, may I ask you, Dr. Majid, now, if you remember that in establishing the command center for clinical trial, that has been, goes back again for a year or more, when I have discussed this with you and Dr. Ahmed. There was huge opportunity. At the same time, there is major shortage of training people in clinical trials, and this program is being supported and funded by a national body like NIDLIP. Are we going to open the opportunities across the national system, healthcare system, with other institutions to be able to get benefit from the twinning program with Korean clinical trial industry? And what is the way to either get involved or apply from different clinical trial units in different hospitals?
Thank you, Dr. Saleh, for this great question. In fact, because of the time, I didn't include in my slides the efforts that we made with Connect in terms to establish the training program. In fact, we start executing the plans for training of the clinical trial staff. And because of the COVID-19 pandemic, all the plans were interrupted, but we were planning to start sending people, in fact, from different sites to Korea to have a field experience and share their experiences. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, we couldn't execute our plans. But the initial plan was to select from each active sites, namely from King Fahd Medical City, from King Saudi Medical City, from King Faisal, and also from Jeddah sites, from King Abdulaziz University Hospital, to recruit principal investigators, research coordinators, and send them over to Korea for training. And again, because of the pandemic, we have delayed this plan. But again, we will start with the ready sites for clinical trials. I forgot to mention King Fahd Specialty Hospital in Dammam as well. Dr. Sakar. So this is the plan, and we are going to, inshallah, continue once this pandemic is over and resume our plans. In addition to the local training.
So please, if anybody has a question that he wants to address to the panel. Meanwhile, I might ask Dr. Ahmed until I see some question or people raising their hands. Dr. Ahmed, I really liked your input about the difference between the industry-based or industrial-sponsored clinical trials versus investigator-initiated clinical trials. I mean, I think, yes, we do have clinical trial activity, but most of them are initiated by investigator. So the maturity of the system that will help in getting also the industrial sponsored. But do we have, for example, a certain number, local number, either Dr. Ahmed or Dr. Majid, about how much really we do have industry initiated, industry sponsored clinical trials? I mean, pharmaceutical company that initiated and get attracted by our institutions as a CRO. Dr. Ahmed, if you can unmute and answer the question.
عفوا انا ما فهمت السؤال. يعني انت هل السؤال كم عندنا clinical trials sponsored by the companies?
Not only sponsored. يعني first of all, there are many clinical trials initiated by investigators, and then he attract a pharmaceutical company. On the other hand, I would like to have, once we have the maturity, then we will be an attractive spot for in this pharmaceutical company to come and conduct their clinical trials in our institution. Do we know what is the percentage between both?
You mean how many industry, investigatory trials you need to do in order to get that?
No, maybe Majid also can help in answering the question. How many industry-initiated or pharmaceutical company initiated the clinical trial versus investigator-initiated clinical trial?
Well, in fact, what we discourage, in fact, the principal investigator, if they have initiated the clinical trials, to go and approach sponsor. We are sponsoring all investigator-initiated clinical trials, with no exception, because we want that clinical trial to be successful. We will provide all support, and we
I think we lost again Dr. Majid. Maybe Dr. Ahmed, can you take that question from Mesned? Is asking, do you think patient education is the most important part to conduct more clinical trials? We need to educate the people to know the benefit of participating in clinical trials. Please advise.
Yes, I guess so. So I guess yes, education would suggest more people to enroll in trials because they understand the system. Because if you understand, clinical trials is not always you are doing clinical trials for drugs that's without known safety profile, for example. Many trials are already, for example, you could have a trial doing with lipid-lowering agents, for example, that is used for many years. But you want to use it in a special population to see different outcomes, as in case of investigator-initiated trials. So I think educating the public is very important. What I like, I see some campaign over the internet, over Twitter, it's called People's Trial, okay? So basically they design a trial for the public to join these trials. So they suggest people to raise questions, for example, should reading before sleeping will help you sleep? And then they would randomize the trial online for every people. And it's a demonstration how a clinical trial works. There is ethics approval, there is designing the protocol, the consent, informed consent, and all of that. So the patients or the people and on the Twitter accounts or on the Twitter platforms, they live the experience of the clinical trials online. But it's not on a drug. It's basically it's a fun activities it's done online. But I think these type of activities, like learning by doing the trials themselves, so you get to know all the components of the trial, is very important, or it's very successful, I guess.
Thank you very much with that. I will really thank all our speakers and all the participants and audience for their attendance, and I thank the organizers for conducting this activity. Thank you. I think I will turn it on to Dr. Tariq to proceed with the program.
دكتور عاصم تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أرحب بالجميع. اسمي عاصم عبد العزيز الفدة, Professor of Medicine and Chairman of the Department of Internal Medicine and the Director of the Obesity Research Center, King Saud University. أرحب بالجميع وفي الجلسة الثانية من جلسات الأوبن داي of Leaders in Clinical Research. الجلسة الأولى كانت غنية بالمحاورة والنقاش, discussing very important points. The second session as well is going to be very informative, inshallah, as we are going to discuss areas on regulation of clinical trials, some areas on the safety and monitoring of clinical trials, and also this operating procedures for these clinical trials. Trying to stick with the time, we have 3 talks, 15 minutes each. Introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is pharmacist Faisal Al-Dugaim. He's a graduate from the College of Pharmacy in King Saud University, and he works at the Saudi FDA in the clinical trials department with huge experience in the regulation and guidelines of clinical trials. This is a very important area that we all looking forward to hear pharmacist Faisal talking about. So please go ahead.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم. الصوت واضح؟
Yes, clear.
ممتاز. طيب ما ادري طالع لكم العرض طاهر؟
Yes, clear.
يعطيك العافية دكتور عاصم على التقديم. أول شيء حاب أشكر المنظمين والمسؤولين عن هذا الحدث اليوم، على رأسهم الدكتور هرسي والدكتور بهمام والدكتور الحواسي وفريق العمل، ومشكورين على الدعوة الكريمة. الصراحة أنا سعيد أني أكون أحد المتحدثين اليوم، وبسم الله على بركة الله. ما أدري البرزنتيشن يتحرك عندكم أو إنه مو قاعد يتحرك معي الصراحة.
ما يتحرك، مبي تضغط على السبيس بار ولا على الأروز؟
نفس المشكلة، مو راضي. ممتاز. Okay. Today we'll talk about the regulations of clinical trials in Saudi Arabia, and this will be the outline of my presentation. We'll talk about a little bit about history, then we'll talk about regulations in Saudi Arabia and the status of clinical trials in Saudi Arabia and some statistics, and Saudi FDA initiatives. Okay, in 2009, the clinical trials department, it was a committee. At that time, the aim was to write and establish guidelines for clinical trials. In 2010, the clinical trials department was established, and in April 2010, the SFDA approval was mandatory before conducting clinical trial. We have an electronic registry called the Saudi Clinical Trial Registry. It was launched in 2013. And then our guideline, SFDA regulation and requirements for conducting clinical trials on drug was published in 2015. We started officially the GCP inspection in 2017. We did inspection visits before 2017, but it was like a low number of inspection visits. And we started the Clinical Trial Scientific Consultation Committee in 2017. This is the statistics of our scientific committee. We have 39 physicians, consultants from different specialties. We have cardiologists and oncologists and so on. We have 24 clinical pharmacists. We have 4 epidemiologists and 4 biostatisticians. Now we'll talk about the clinical trials regulations in Saudi Arabia. All clinical trials involving drugs must be registered through the Saudi Clinical Trial Registry. Here is an overview of the clinical trial regulations. The applicant must adhere to the GCP guideline, E6, GCP E6 guideline, and ethic law regulations of research ethic code on living creatures, and SFDA regulations, regulations and requirements for conducting clinical trials on drugs. We'll start with the phase 4. Clinical trials that are conducted on registered drugs at SFDA to gather more data about the drug. The registration is mandatory. The level of regulation is notification only. You don't have to obtain SFDA approval. It's just a notification. The required documents from the applicant is to submit a clinical trial protocol, the informed consent form, the IRB approval, and the statement of investigator, form number 4. I will show you the form number 4 in the next slides. For the early phases, here we talk about the phase 2 and phase 3 clinical trials. Registration is mandatory, and SFDA approval is also mandatory. For the reviewing timeline, for phase 2 clinical trials is 60 working days, and for phase 3 clinical trials is 30 working days. But I want to mention here that we reduced the reviewing timelines, and it's not official, but when we publish the new guideline, the new reviewing timelines will be published. These are the requirements the applicant must submit to SFDA in order to get approval. I don't want to waste time because time is short, so I will move to the next slide. You can find the requirements in the SFDA website. For clinical trial amendments, for early phase trials, we have 2 different types, non-substantial and substantial amendments. For non-substantial amendments, it's a notification. The applicant can notify SFDA through the annual progress report. For substantial amendments and the addition of new sites, the SFDA approval is mandatory. In case of urgent safety measures need to be taken to protect trial subjects from immediate hazards, the SFDA allows such action to be taken without prior approval. On the other hand, the SFDA must be notified as soon as possible. Regarding the safety reporting, adverse drug reaction reporting, we have something called SUSAR. It's suspected unexpected serious adverse reactions. It's divided to 5 categories: fatal, life-threatening, prolonged inpatient hospitalization, disability, and birth defect. For the fatal and life-threatening, it should be notified within 7 days. And for the other 3 types, it should be notified with 15 days, sorry. In accordance with the ICH E2A pharmacovigilance guideline. We also have something called Development Safety Update Report. It's for the investigational projects, and the progress report. These 2 are submitted annually. For the investigation project importation, there is a form, drugs and study materials release form. The applicant should fill this form and submit it to SFDA in order to get the clearance order. In case of completion, termination, or suspension of clinical trial, the applicant should inform the SFDA within maximum of 60 days with the attachment of proof of IRB notification. And it's mandatory to submit the final report within 1 year in accordance with the ICH E3 guideline. These are different forms we provided to the applicants in order to facilitate their submission. There is different forms such as the importation form and the statement of investigator, the financial disclosure, and the progress report form. We have many guidelines we published, and we are working now on maybe 3 or 4 different guidelines will be published soon, and we have them both in English and Arabic language. You can find them, it's available on the SFDA website. Now we'll talk about the status of clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. I think this is an interesting part for you because a lot of people like the statistics and numbers. These are the number of clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. You can see the increase in clinical trials in 2020 because of COVID-19. We had a lot of applications. This distribution of clinical trials by phases, we have 42% phase 3 clinical trials, and also 42% phase 4, and the rest is phase 1 and phase 2, and here BE is the bioequivalence studies. Okay, the status of early phase clinical trials, we have 50% ongoing clinical trials, 14% completed, we have 6% closed, and we have 13% under review and 7% rejected. As Dr. Ahmed Shaman mentioned in his presentation regarding the industry-sponsored and investigator-initiated trials, these are the numbers we have for the commercial and non-commercial clinical trials. The commercial are 300 and non-commercial is 127. Okay, we'll talk about some statistics, 2020 statistics. The number of clinical trials evaluation and review, we reviewed 61 applications and 17 COVID-19 clinical trials. Here is not including the applications regarding the COVID-19 vaccines. Number of GCP inspection in 2020 is 8. You can see it's not a lot, it's a low number because we had this plan for GCP inspections in 2020, but the COVID-19 interrupted this plan. I would like to mention here one more visit. We did an inspection visit in Russia for the Russian Sputnik V vaccine. And in 2020, we received 2,689 queries or consultations in just 1 year, mostly about COVID-19. We have a published list of registered clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. You can find it at the SFDA website. At the last part of my presentation, I will talk about the Saudi FDA initiatives. We have well-established regulations and guidelines. We are also working on updating our guidelines. The SFDA timelines, in the past, it was 120 working days for phase 2 and 90 working days for phase 3. Now it's 60 working days and 30 working days. Also, we will reduce them to 40 working days and 20 working days, but it's not official yet. We also allowed parallel submission because we know some of IRB committees take a long time to respond to applicants, so that we allowed parallel submission. The applicant can submit to SFDA and IRBs in parallel. We have mandatory GCP training for investigators to increase the quality of research. We do GCP inspections. We have workshops with our partners in the National Committee of Bioethics and SAGIA, previously SAGIA, now it's Ministry of Investment. In 2020, we worked for the Contract Research Organization CRO project. We shared the survey with our local CROs. We had a meeting, I think, 2 or 3 weeks ago with local CROs, And we are working to make the CRO environment much better for them. For phase 1 clinical trial guideline, we published the draft in November. You can find it in SFDA website, but I would like to mention here, it's a two-part, the clinical trial application and the phase 1 unit. For the phase 1 unit guideline, we are still working on it. Now it's allowed to conduct phase 1 clinical trials only in KMARC, and it will be handled in a case by case only until we publish the guideline for phase 1 unit. And also we did an awareness campaign in 6 different cities in Saudi Arabia: Riyadh, Jeddah, Mecca, Dammam, Abha, and المدينة. And we also did a video published in Twitter, Snapchat, and all social media for the public. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pharmacist Faisal, for this informative talk about the Saudi FDA regulation and the data you had shown, which is very promising. And I'd like our attendees to post their questions in the chat box. At the end of the third speaker talk, inshallah, we will get the questions. Also, since this is an open day, we encourage everybody to post information related to the talks, so that people could share the information in the chat box. Mr. Muhammad Mudassir already posted the SFDA guideline. It's really a platform that we could share information together. So we'll move forward to our second speaker tonight, Dr. Hadil Al-Gufaydi. Dr. Hadil is an assistant professor of clinical pharmacy at College of Pharmacy, King Saud University. She obtained her PhD in clinical and translational sciences from Tufts University. Her primary area of research interest is in the evidence-based methods for a variety of clinical topics and multiple treatment comparisons and meta-epidemiological studies. She's focusing on clinical trials and its regulations, and she had also research interest in cardiovascular and cardio-oncology medicine, which is a very attractive topic. Dr. Hadil is going to talk today about the overview of the clinical trial safety and monitoring. Dr. Hadil, please go ahead.
السلام عليكم. بإذن الله صوتي واضح والسلايدز واضحة؟
أي نعم.
السكرين واضح السلايدز ولا؟
I think I'm seeing something there. Let me just try to open. Go ahead, Doctora.
Okay. السلام عليكم جميعا. مساء الخير. First, I'd like to thank Prof. Hirsi, Prof. Bahmam, Dr. Al-Hawasi, Prof. Al-Fadda for moderating this session, and for all the great people at the hospital and at the CTU in the background that maybe have helped in making this day possible for multiple years, inshallah, multiple years to come. We're very proud to be part of this institute and to be part of the future of clinical trials. I believe, inshallah, we're going to go through a great future, when hearing all these talks about clinical trials, just so excited. Today I'm gonna just talk briefly, hopefully I will not go over my 15 minutes, I'm trying to track my time. I'm gonna talk about how you regulate or how you monitor clinical trials that are conducted at your site, and some useful tips on if you're planning to do a clinical trial in terms of how you plan to monitor it. So I'd like to first ask you, do you think that experiments on humans are ethical? Is it ethical to take a bunch of people and try something that really didn't try much on other people? and other people just give them nothing, like a sugar pill or a sugar injection or a saline injection, and see what happens. So if you think about technicality, is it really ethical to conduct research in humans? The answer would be no. It is not ethical to conduct research in humans. However, as society, we're all willing to be part of research, either as scientists, or as patients, as investigators, as physicians, as pharmacists, and nurses. We're willing to be part of the science. It's a privilege. I feel like we have to understand that to do trials or to do research, clinical research, is really a privilege, not given to everyone. So please hold it preciously. And if I ask you, would you be part of a clinical trial? If there was a COVID vaccine trial, let's say there's no COVID vaccine yet out in the market, there's a COVID vaccine trial, would be willing to be part of that trial? Maybe some of you would say yes, some of you would be hesitant. If I tell you, would you put your parents in the trial? That maybe the answer would be more likely no. Would you put your own children in a trial? That will be most likely no. Of course, it could differ from a patient to another, from a situation to another, when the disease has no treatments and the options are very limited in the market, so we'd go for clinical trials. So it's really not an easy thing to do. It's hard. I saw one of the questions in the chat was regarding educating patients towards research and clinical trials. It's really hard to convince patients to be part of clinical trials. And if we don't monitor it properly, if we actually make a couple of mistakes, the patient will, unfortunately, will lose our pool of patients who can participate in clinical trial. And we lose the reputation of clinical trials and clinical research. We're trying to build this great reputation and encourage more people to join research clinical trials specifically. I think it was mentioned a little bit, the regulators of clinical trials in Saudi Arabia. Just briefly, we have, I would say, 3 main regulators for trials. The National Bioethics Committee, which puts in the overall structure of clinical trials or ethics in general, not specifically trials. Any study on humans or even in animals, it puts the regulations for it. And then you have also the Saudi Food and Drug Authority, in which Faisal talked about. It was a very nice presentation, and all the regulations, the requirement that it's mandatory for trials to be at least registered, if not need full approval from SFDA. And then the third regulator for clinical trials are at your sites, the clinical research centers, without IRBs or ethics committee, depends on each hospital. They have different names for their research ethics committees. So as an investigator, why do I need the National Bioethics Committee? If it's only puts the general regulations, you need them because you need to understand these regulations, and you also need, any investigators need to register in the National Committee of Bioethics in order to perform clinical trials. At your site, you might have, and you will definitely have some sort of ethics committee. Most people call it Decisional Review Board, or IRBs. And you might have a clinical trial unit as similar to what we have now in King Khalid University Hospital or King Saud University Medical City. And you also might have a data safety monitoring board or some kind of monitoring that goes on after the trial, either under the IRB or a separate entity that monitors clinical trials. If you look at the application process, a very simplified way, if you're thinking like, I'm going to join a team, I'm going to start building a clinical trial with my team, and then we're going to apply for, in our institute, we apply first for clinical trial unit. And then from there, we go for IRB approval in parallel with the SFDA approval. And then after that, there is the Data Safety Monitoring Board. So I would say the Data Safety Monitoring Board takes on at the moment of starting the study. But you have to build it and start it ahead of time, which we're going to be discussing in a few slides. So what is Data Safety Monitoring Board, or DSMB? It's really, it has multiple synonyms. Some people call it DSMB. It's the most famous name that you hear of. Some people call it Data Monitoring Committees. It's more of a general name. And some refer to it as Data and Safety Monitoring Committees rather than monitoring boards. So it depends on from each institute, or each site will define it differently. But these are committees that handle, or boards that handle, the monitoring of clinical trials. So what is the DSMB? So it's a group of individuals that review on a regular basis, accumulating data from one or more ongoing trials. So what they do is they don't look really into patient what happened to them. They would see at some points, we call it interim analysis. Could be quarterly, could be once yearly, depends on the trial itself, how severe or how one is expected the outcomes to happen. Is it a disease like COVID that we expect that the patients might improve or die quickly, or it's a more of a cardiovascular long-term disease that we expect things to happen in a year or more. So the interim analysis, there's no specific timeline. It really depends on the intervention and the population you are studying. They should be independent from the trial. It is a must that this board has no relation, no benefit, nothing to do with the trial at all. Usually composed of at least 3 to 10 people, and at least some of them should be expert in that, in the specific trial they're monitoring, and they usually need biostatisticians, epidemiologists, and clinical trial specialists. So why is it needed? Okay, why do we need the DSMB? So from the name, we think that safety monitoring, it's about death. Is it safe? Is it harm? It has 3 main reasons why you need the safety monitoring board. The first thing is the overwhelming positive effect. So what does the data safety monitoring board does? That it should review your trial data, let's say halfway through. You don't wait until the end of the study because you don't know really what's happening. The patient might not be benefiting from intervention. There might be some harm. There might be overwhelming benefit. So that's why they do these interim analyses at times earlier than the last follow-up period. So the first reason we do this is for overwhelming positive effect. So if we find the intervention to be overwhelmingly better than the placebo, we would stop the trial early and recommend that everyone will be moved to the intervention arm. If there is data of harm, that's also when the DSMB would recommend stopping the trial. When it's this intervention is harming patients, it could be the harm something as severe as death. It could be something as simple as changing in lab levels. I don't know if you heard about one of the COVID vaccines in Australia. They stopped the trial. The harm was that it led to false positive HIV testing, the COVID vaccine. So it happened that people who took the COVID vaccine got a false positive HIV test. So maybe you would think that's not really a harm. If the vaccine is very beneficial, why would they recommend stopping the trial? Because imagine vaccinating a huge number of a population and getting a huge number of false positive HIV and how that will overwhelm the system and might cause panic in the public. So they decided to terminate the trial, terminate the product, and this vaccine is not going through because of that harm. So the harm is not necessarily something as severe as death, it could be as minimum as a lab changes, even false positive changes. Sometimes the DSMB is needed for futility. Futility is when the intervention is no longer useful, and we've seen a lot of that, unfortunately, in the COVID trials. Some trials were stopped, and I'm going to talk at the end of my lecture about just an example of when trials were stopped because there's just no benefit of the intervention. Sometimes you need the DSMB not for these 3 main changes. Sometimes they are needed to make protocol amendments. They can change a dose, concomitant medication. They can change the entry or exclusion criteria. They can make recommendation for sample size or the recruitment rate. So it can go beyond just the 3 main changes or stopping the trial. It can make a recommendation to the protocol rather than just stopping or continuing the trial. So who needs the DSMB? That's the question that many investigators think. Do my trial needs safety monitoring? So to make your life easier, any trial needs monitoring, bottom line. There's no trial without monitoring because you're doing some kind of intervention, something that's out of usual care. So you need to monitor your patients, especially if the intervention is the first time phase 3 intervention, that's definitely need a DSMB. The more and less you go with the patients are less vulnerable, the disease is less serious, the outcome is less, not mortality, the outcome is more, let's say, change in blood pressure, stuff like that. Maybe in these studies, you don't need a DSMB, but you would need monitoring. So any trial needs to report adverse events to the IRB, to the SFDA, as you saw. No trial is out of that loop or window. But do trials need an independent data safety monitoring board? Not necessarily all of them. Definitely phase 3 trials would require an independent data safety monitoring board. Phase 1 and 2, actually, not all of them need. Phase 2, most likely would need a DSMB. Phase 1 not necessarily would need a DSMB. It could have the own local study team be the monitoring personnel for the trial, and they just report to the IRB without having an independent data safety monitoring board. So who appoints this board, or who decides to have this board? Usually the sponsor appoints the board if there's a sponsor. Either the sponsor, when we say sponsor, immediately think it's industry. It's not necessarily industry. Dr. Majid said that they sponsor. This is example of government or funding, not necessarily industry funding. So sponsored mean whoever the sponsor is, whether it's a government-funded government entity or institutional entity تابع للgovernment, or whether it is an industry. Non-sponsored PIs will need some form of, will be the one responsible for forming their data safety monitoring board. At KSU, we have a very unique situation, and I think it's a very, it's one of the first kind. I'm not sure if there's anyone else in the country who has that. We have an institutional DSMB that's available for both non-sponsored and sponsored trials who wish to elect our board. This board was formed in the summer 2020, and it was the reason that this board was formed is we had a lot of necessarily non-sponsored trials in which there were no formal DSMB, and it was maybe difficult for the investigators to form their DSMBs and to be able to collect such a board in a short time manner, or to know how to form the board. So to make it easier for investigators, we implemented by recommendation of the hospital administration, the university administration, the IRB, and the clinical trial unit. They all recommended forming the institutional DSMB, in which we monitor all trials. However, if the sponsor has their own DSMB, our monitoring will be less stringent, as you'll see in the next slide. So what do we need from investigators? If our site is the primary site, then you need a DSMB, something called DSMB charter, in which the investigator performed this huge booklet and that will list all the details and when the trial will be stopped, on what basis it can be stopped, who will perform the monitoring and the meetings, and so on. For studies that have their own DSMB, we still do some form of monitoring. The monitoring could be weekly or monthly. We have reports that talks about the recruitment process, if there is any protocol deviation, how many number of patients were enrolled, and if there's any adverse events. We do that to keep track of all the trials and their adverse event reporting, and we found that to be more effective way of collecting the adverse event reporting through the DSMB, and then we send it over to the IRB, the SFDA. The investigator would send it to the SFDA, but we send it also to the National Bioethics Committee. Finally, I'd just like to finish with an example of how the DSMB actions can affect a trial. This is an example of a trial that was halted because of futility. It was a trial for hydroxychloroquine. It was not the only trial for hydroxychloroquine. There's several trials for hydroxychloroquine for coronavirus disease, COVID-19, that were terminated based on DSMB monitoring the trial halfway through the study and finding there is, although no harm, but this drug was unlikely to cause any beneficial effect. So for instance, in this trial, the National Institute of Health and NIH has stopped study, and several other studies like the WHO trial has also took out the hydroxychloroquine arm based on the DSMB monitoring or advice when they saw the interim data. So this is my presentation. Thank you so much for listening to me. I hope you benefited, and we're open to question after the next presentation.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hadil, for such an informative talk. Really was important questions and answers that you had already discussed in this 15 minutes. I'll keep the questions for you at the end of the third talk, inshallah. So we'll move to our third speaker. Our third speaker is Dr. Shazia Lagari. Dr. Shazia is a general physician by training, and she has over 11 years experience in clinical trials, including investigator-initiated and industry-initiated studies. She's working currently as a research specialist and have huge experience in managing clinical trials, especially in our CTU in the King Saud University Medical City, where she is managing all studies along with the training and supervising the studies in the CTU. Dr. Shazi is going to talk to us tonight about the importance of standards of procedure and in the clinical trials, the operating procedures that we all need to know about. Dr. Shazi, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Asim. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, clear.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to thank Prof. Hersey, Prof. Ahmed Bahammam, Dr. Tariq, and Dr. Asim for moderating this session. I'm going to talk about the importance of standard operating procedures in clinical trial. I hope you all can see my screen.
Yes, we can see it very clearly.
Thank you. So for us as a site, I would like to tell you that the main objective for any research site is to be a great clinical research site. Any site that wants to bring more clinical trials, we want to be the great site for any sponsor, for the patients, for the organization, and for our own professional development. So SOPs are the integral part of any successful research program. So what are the standard operating procedures in general? Well, in any clinical trial, we have so many questions and so many concerns about who is going to do what, when and where, why we will do it, and how we will do it. To answer all these questions, we have standard operating procedures in the institution. So SOPs are written process, a procedure for each time it is accomplished. So you can say any regulation, any standard guideline or compliance, it comes all under the SOP. So SOP serve to document what has been agreed and adopted as standard practice. Well-written and well-managed SOP provide an official and standard way to consistently execute research-related activities. In addition, they can improve communication among the staff. It reduces the dependency of individual with institutional knowledge and improve the efficiency of staff training. Globally, the independent clinical research site that maintain and operates under SOP demonstrate that it has a commitment to research, consistent process for research activities. Sponsors of an international trials who view SOPs are necessary administrative support. Strong SOP may be favorable attribute that get the site through. To have your own SOP for each and every task, for each and every activity for research, the sponsor will be more attractive. So SOPs are used for identify the task for the responsible person, describe the actions, and train the staff, along with monitoring the site performance. The key purpose of clinical research SOP is to help us in any research department stay in compliance with the good clinical practice, which is an international ethical and scientific quality standard for designing, conducting, recording, and reporting trials that involve the participation of human subjects. So who need SOP? Do you think everyone need SOP? Well, anyone who touch research should have SOP. So what about the regulation? Let's say FDA or ICGCP, what they say about SOP? Well, in FDA, SOPs are not specifically mentioned. However, they imply that the investigator will ensure all associates, colleagues, and employees assisting in the conduct of the study are informed of their obligations in meeting the above commitments. SOPs are also found throughout the ICGCP guideline. They're not mentioning it directly as a policies and procedure, but yes, they're mentioning that the system with procedures that assure the quality of every aspect of the trial should be implemented, along with the detailed written instruction to achieve the uniformity of the performance of a specific function should be there. So although the ICGCP guideline mention SOP as a way to implement quality process that protect the safety and welfare of the human subject, SOPs are not specifically mentioned in FDA regulation as a requirement. However, there is a guidance in the regulation that infer responsibility associated with the clinical research, and SOP formalize them in a written form. Why SOPs are important? We need SOP for the consistency, research quality, and the integrity. It is a written document for proper procedure, so we can follow them. It's like a toolbox for the staff. Documentation of staff training can be used for standardize your practice versus adopting to everyone's sponsor request. So most of the time, some sponsor, they're looking for certain kind of policies if the site have it in their institute. Can be a pitfall if not followed. So the SOP help the research team as a recommendation for conducting research in an appropriate manner. I would like to mention here some important items for the clinical trial SOP. For example, informed consent process, assessing sponsor protocol feasibility, safe handling of study medication, subject recruitment process, regulatory files and subject records, managing sponsor CRO audits, serious adverse event reporting and safety reporting, responsibility of the research team, investigational drug dispensation, return and the transportation, trial recruitment expectation, managing any regulatory inspection. Let's say, for example, in our country, Saudi FDA inspection. So according to that, we have to prioritize our items. What are the elements that we should have in our SOP? It should clearly state the purpose of the document, the scope of the document, who is responsible following the procedure, identify other guideline and policy, for example, Saudi FDA, ICH-GCP guideline that is relevant to the topic, define specialized term, outline instructions and procedures. The document itself should be version controlled. Document should be reviewed and have a proper approval process, and with appendix along with the reference documents. So now I will talk about how to implement the SOP in any institute. SOP should be issued prior to their effective dates to allow sufficient time for the training before they become effective. Training may be as simple as just by reading and understanding the SOP, or we can make a form of group for the instructions, discussion, maybe one-on-one instruction, maybe electronic module instructions, or any other way. Regardless of the format, training should be properly documented, maintained, and should be available for inspection. The reminders I would give here is to train and document training of the new staff. So anytime we have a new staff, we have to train them, and it should be documented that the new staff is trained on the SOP of the institute. Training is required for newly issued revised SOP. Every time we have new revision, every time we have new version, all the staff should be trained. We have 25 SOPs in our KSUMC, CTU. You can find them in ICT in our intranet. If you go in the section of department, you can see the standard and performance there. From there, you can go to the services and you can find the policies, all policies and procedure there. I will list the title here for everyone to be aware that what kind of SOP we have in our CTU. We have qualification, task delegation, and training for research team, study protocol and investigator brochure, the consent document, adverse event management, subject consent, SN process and follow-up, management of study data and good documentation practice, assessment of study feasibility, subject recruitment process, investigator and sponsor responsibility, research involving human subject other than investigational clinical trial. They can be observational and any other non-interventional study. We have site initiation visit policy. We have a study review policy, investigational product management, biological specimen management, management of clinical research equipment, protocol deviation, exceptions and violation, anything related to conflict of interest, security and confidentiality of all the essential documents for any protocol, any study, record keeping, archiving, and destruction of essential documents, study closure, site closeout visit, quality control and monitoring, preparation for audit or inspection, audit procedure, and site ongoing monitoring visit. I would like to add here more that we have investigational drug destruction policy also from our research pharmacy. And we are writing some more policies on lab kits for any clinical trial, how to destruct them at the site. So thank you very much. And if you have any question, you can find me on this email, and my telephone number is here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shazia, for this informative talk about the SOPs, which we all need. And thank you for giving us a practical session here on how to find them in ICT. So the floor is open for questions now. We have a question for pharmacist Faisal about the ICH GCP versions and the update on that one from the Saudi FDA. If pharmacist Faisal could update us on this.
Yes, it will be published very soon.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other questions or comments? Yes, somebody's raising his hand. Go ahead, please. Unmute yourself.
This is Dr. Sagar from the King Fahd Specialist Hospital, Dammam. I have actually comment and a question regarding the DCMB. So when the DCMB is formed, is it in the start of the study or in the middle of the study, or when you are thinking that you will do interim analysis? The other thing, the DCMB in the King Saud University, which is, I think, it's a new model for DCMB, whereas the DCMB is a permanent DCMB for the university. So most likely the number of the members will be more than 10, because given that they handle clinical trial in different disease areas, they need the specialists in different disease area to be a member, plus the biostatistician, plus the clinical trial expert. So if Dr. comment on that?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Doctor, for your questions. I think this is very important. First, to address when do we start the DSMB, the monitoring should start before recruiting the first patient or the day of recruiting the first patient. But to form the DSMB, it needs to be done before that. So sometimes between the IRB process or approval until starting the study, it's when the DSMB needs to be formed. And some IRBs, and including us, we are requiring the investigator to, when they submit the IRB protocol, to submit whether if they have a DSMB from the sponsor, to submit their DSMB, that they have a DSMB. And if they don't have the DSMB, they should follow our institutional data safety monitoring board. So it should be formed somewhere before starting the patient, and the monitoring, the meetings would start the day of the, or the time when the first patient is being recruited. That will be the first meeting. And then you would meet again, depending on what your charter says, depending on your interim analysis, would it be in a month and 3 months and 6 months? And when you will get about half of the patients recruited, so you will do the interim analysis. So you will meet at the beginning, at the interim, and at the end. So it would be the 3 major meetings for each trial. And you can increase the meetings, and it depends on how the trials needs more monitoring, or some things come up for the trials. In terms of the structure of the DSMB, we have a unique structure. I said it's a bit unique. I'm not sure if anyone locally follows the structure. And we hope maybe people will follow once they hear our model. We don't mandate a trial to follow our data, to use our board. So you can have, if you're a sponsored trial, most sponsored trial will have their own boards when they come in with their trial. They will already have the boards formed when they come in and do their trial. So they're not mandated to follow our board. However, they would report adverse events to us in terms of just reporting adverse event, but not reviewing interim analysis, not suggesting to stop the trial or anything. So, and then we offer for investigator-initiated trials who don't have that privilege, and also if sponsors would like to start with us or have us as their own DSMB, we can be the main monitoring site. For example, we have a trial now in which it's an international trial in the Gulf region. We are the main monitoring site, although it's a sponsored trial, but the investigators from our center, they elected to choose our board to monitor the trial. But the third question in terms of the number of committee members, well, it's not easy to get 10 members committed. It is difficult and time consuming, and these committee members have other clinical work where they'll be overwhelmed. So what we have now, the form we have, the board now, we have about 4 or 5 permanent members, and the rest of the 5 we would include for each trial. So let's say we have now we're monitoring a trial in which it's on infectious diseases, so we're going to have infectious disease specialists with us. If we're monitoring oncology trial, then we're going to have an oncology specialist with us. So we made a room for flexibility to adding investigators in our SOPs, to adding committee members based on each trial expertise needed for the trial. Because as you said, we won't have someone from each field. We will be beyond the 10. Plus you need biostatistician, epidemiologist, clinical trial specialist. So you finished already half the committee based on these committee members. I hope this answers your questions.
Yeah, great. Because I served as a chairman and as a member of the DCMB in a global pharmaceutical company for many years in phase 1 and phase 2. And we have challenges when the DCMB member is more than actually 3 or 4 to reach a decision. So that is the problem with the increased number of members in the DCMB. Thank you.
I agree. Thank you. I agree.
Okay,
I have another comment on the SOBs.
Yeah, we have a question on the SOPs, and also we'll get your comment, Doctor.
Oh, okay.
A question about the effect of the SOPs on the accuracy and efficacy and efficiency, I think, of the clinical trials. That if there's any evidence that SOP would affect that, Dr. Shazia?
Well, in my knowledge, I don't know much about the efficacy and accuracy, but I can search for it and I can get back to Lamia if she have noticed my email. If she can send me her question, I will look for it and I'll get back to her. But as per my knowledge, I think if an institute will have a proper standard operating procedure in terms of the quality and patient recruitment and how to have a proper procedure for each and every step in conducting the research, the study will have more high quality for the sponsor themselves, and at the time of inspection, if you follow it properly, I think the accuracy will be much better than those sites where there is no standard operating procedure where they're not following. I believe definitely there will be a huge difference if you compare for the both sides.
I agree with you, completely agree with you. Yes, one more comments on SOPs?
Yeah, I'm strongly recommend the SOPs because of 2 advantages. Having your SOPs ready and implemented, that will help you if you are planning to get an international accreditation, like AHARB accreditation. So what they will do, they will benchmark your SOPs with your implementation to the standard of the international, to the international standard, and that will help you building a kind of a trust with the sponsors, either the pharmaceutical company or CROs. So you are working or on the level or on the international standard, and we have the experience with that. So King Fahd Specialist Hospital got accredited for AHARM in 2013. And believe me, after the accreditation, we received a lot of clinical trials. And until today, we are receiving on weekly basis the minimum of 3-4 clinical trials, because a clinical trial is operating on the same level of the international standard. So this is, and I encourage every center dealing with a clinical trial to apply for the AHARM accreditation until we will have our own accreditation, national accreditation. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for the comments. Very informative. One last question we have for pharmacist Faisal about any exemption for trial approval by SFDA, especially for investigator-initiated trials.
Yes, for investigator-initiated trials, we waive the GMP certificate and certificate of analysis and investigator's brochure. Those three requirements, we waive them for the SFDA-registered products, which are most investigator-initiated trials on SFDA-registered products. So yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you very much. With this, sorry, I can't take more comments because we have limited time. We have the session 3. So thank you very much for our speakers, pharmacist Faisal Al-Dagheim, Dr. Hadi Al-Gufedi, Dr. Rashaza Lighari for this informative session. And back to you, Dr. Tariq.
السلام عليكم. شكرا جزيلا لك يا دكتور، وشكرا لكم إدارة هذا الحوار. أبدأ حديثي طبعا بتقديم الشكر للإدارة التنفيذية في المدينة الطبية لدعمهم اللامتناهي على رأسهم الدكتور هرسي والأستاذ دكتور بهمام. وشكرا لجميع من لبى في حضورهم اليوم كمتحدثين ومدراء حوار، وكذلك للسادة الحضور سواء عن طريق البث المباشر لايف كيسيو أو مباشرة عن طريق زوم. طبعا لن نبدأ الجلسة الثالثة الآن، لكن سأقدم المتحدث التالي اللي هو الدكتورة فرح العماري. Our next speaker, Dr. Farah Al-Ammari is a postdoc research scientist in King Abdullah International Medical Research Center, which is known as KMARC. She holds a PhD in neurogenetics from University of Oxford with more than 10 years of experience as well in research and management at Oxford University at the University of Southern California. What attracted me to invite Dr. Farah Al-Ammari was honestly her article في جريدة الرياض about البحث العلمي والابتكار على محن وقت التجربة السعودية, Scientific Research and Innovation. So please let's welcome Dr. Farah. Please, Dr. Farah, it's your turn. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum and good evening, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be part of this event. Honestly, all the talks are really exciting and it shows how much progress we've done so far in the scientific research field. So let's shift gear and talk about an important topic that if we solve properly, it will completely improve the ecosystem of scientific research and innovation, including طبعاً clinical trials in the kingdom, which is R&D أو البحث والتطوير. So let me share my screen. Is it clear?
نعم دكتور تفضلي.
Okay, perfect. So after evaluating or carefully evaluating the scientific research and innovation ecosystem, I can only say that Saudi Arabia is going through a Sputnik moment أو لحظة سبوتنيك فارقة. So let me start my presentation with the anecdote عن لحظة سبوتنيك. ما هي هذه اللحظة؟ لحظة سبوتنيك أو سبوتنيك مومنت هي تعبير أمريكي ظهر في ستينات القرن الماضي عندما شعر الأمريكيون الاتحاد السوفيتي تخطاه في سباق الفضاء عندما نجح في إطلاق أول قمر صناعي يدور حول الأرض عام 1957 ميلادي والذي حمل اسم سبوتنيك 1. حينها شعر الأمريكيين بالهزيمة العلمية فأعادوا حساباتهم وضاعفوا جهودهم طوال عقد الستينات حتى نجحوا في وضع أول رجل على سطح القمر عام 1969 يعني 12 years later. في تلك اللحظة حسموا سباق الفضاء لصالحهم ومن حينها أصبح تعبير لحظة سبوتنيك أو سبوتنيك مومنت يصف اللحظة التي يدرك فيها الناس أو الدول أنهم على حافة الفشل ما لم يضاعفوا جهودهم ليلحقوا بنظرائهم. وأعتقد أن السعودية تمر الآن بلحظة سبوتنيك فارقة فيما يخص مجال البحث العلمي والابتكار. نجد أن الحكومة أظهرت مؤخراً اهتمام جداً كبير في مجال البحث العلمي والابتكار من خلال رؤية 2030 الذي يحمل خطة متكاملة للتحول من اقتصاد قائم على النفط إلى اقتصاد قائم على العلم والمعرفة. ومن أجل ذلك وضعت الخطط والاستثمارات لدعم الابتكار وبناء القدرات الوطنية خاصة في المجالات العلمية. تقدم قطاع البحث والتطوير أو R&D في السعودية تقدم كبير ويتمتع بنقاط قوة واضحة للغاية. وهناك 4 جهات مختلفة تضع أو تعمل على وضع النظام الإيكولوجي للبحث والتطوير في السعودية. الجهة الأولى هي الجامعات ووزارة التعليم العالي. نجد أن البحث العلمي أو وجود معاهد الأبحاث عندنا بالسعودية بدأت مع وجود الجامعات، وهي جامعة الملك سعود هي الأولى في السعودية، لكن مسيرتها كانت جدا بطيئة وتسارعت بشكل كبير last 20 years. ارتفع عدد الجامعات بالسعودية من جامعة واحدة 42 جامعة 30 منها حكومية بمراكز أبحاثها. أيضاً وزارة التعليم العالي لديها وكالة البحث والابتكار التي تعمل على تطوير البنية التحتية والتطبيقات المشتركة في البحث والتطوير والابتكار داخل الجامعات. حققت وزارة التعليم العالي نقلة نوعية في مجال التعليم في الاستثمار في واحدة من أكبر منح التعليم في العالم، حيث بلغ عدد المبتعثين لعام 2019 93,000 مبتعث، 60% منهم يدرسون مجالات الستم. وأيضاً شكلت النساء أو الطالبات المسجلات في مجالات الستم في السعودية 60% من الطالبات، مقارنة في United States وصل only 16% من الطالبات. لدينا طبعا جامعة الملك سعود بمعاهدها ومراكزها البحثية، وأنشأ طبعا برنامج الكراسي البحثية، برنامج الزبالات العلمية المتميزة وغيرها الكثير. أيضا لدينا كاوس الجامعة العالمية التي تملك وقف قيمة 20 مليار دولار، مما سمح لها بإنشاء مراكز متخصصة وشراكات مع القطاع الخاص. وارتفع معدل براءات الاختراع وتسويق المنتجات، وجذبت أفضل المواهب من جميع أنحاء المملكة والعالم إلى مراكزها البحثية التي يبلغ عددها 10. الجهة الثانية هي كاكس أو مدينة الملك عبد العزيز للعلوم والتقنية. تعمل كنقطة مركزية بين مراكز الأبحاث في السعودية. لديها دورين، الأول تنظيمي داعم ومشرف على البحث والتطوير وتمويله في المملكة، تشارك في وضع الخطة الوطنية الاستراتيجية للبحث والابتكار، وأيضا دور تنفيذي حيث تقوم هي بأبحاث في مجالات مختلفة. كاكس مولت أكثر من 1852 مشروع في علوم التقنية بقيمة 3.2 مليار ريال سعودي. الجهة الثالثة هي المراكز الأبحاث الاندبندنت ريسيرش سنترز زي كابسارك، كي مارك، مركز الملك التخصصي وغيرها. والجهة الرابعة هي البرايفت سيكتور اللي يتمحور عندنا تقريبا 2 إلى 3 شركات أهمها سابق وأرامكو. طيب ما نتائج ما ذكرت وهذا العمل الجبار في مجال البحث العلمي في السعودية؟ إنه number of publications زاد. في the year 2008 كان عدد الببليكيشن عندنا فقط 2210 scientific paper. عام 2017 ارتفع الرقم إلى 16,603 paper. أيضاً احتلت المملكة العربية السعودية رقم 36 من حيث عدد الأوراق العلمية المنشورة. بلغ عدد البيتنتس 569 لعام 2019 وهي الأولى عربياً. ارتفع نسبة السعوديين العاملين في البحث العلمي من فقط 10% عام 2003 إلى 35% لعام 2011. لا يوجد إحصائية دقيقة كم وصل عدد نسبة السعوديين العاملين في البحث العلمي الآن، ولكن يعتقد أن الرقم ارتفع أو نسبة ارتفعت بكثير مع رجعة المبتعثين في المجالات العلمية. والأهم هو Nature Index 2020 Annual Tables اللي هو صنف السعودية كالأولى عربياً و29 عالمياً من حيث مستوى الأبحاث العلمية المنشورة. As in like the quality of scientific research publication ارتفع in high impact factor journals. So كل هذا يبرز اهتمامات إنجازات لا يستهان بها في مجال البحث العلمي والتطوير في السعودية، وتؤكد أن ملف المملكة في البحث العلمي والابتكار ينمو بسرعة هائلة. إذن لماذا أقول أن نمر بلحظة سبوتنيك مومنت؟ لأن كل هذه الإنجازات الهائلة والكبيرة ما تزال منخفضة كثيراً مقارنة بما يجب أن تكون عليه كدولة من دول مجموعة ال20. مثلاً خلال جائحة كورونا if you look at a typical drug development pipeline نجد أن وزارة الصحة أعلنت في بداية الجائحة عن تلقيها أكثر من 307 مقترح بحثي لإيجاد أيضاً علاج أو لقاح لكوفيد 19. المركز الوطني للوقاية من الأمراض أعلن بدء دراسة التسلسل الوراثي للفيروس. جامعة الملك سعود، كاكس، كي مارك، جميع مراكز الأبحاث عندنا كثفت أبحاثها وجهودها لإيجاد أيضا لقاح أو علاج لكوفيد 19. ومع ذلك لم نجد لا علاج ولا لقاح لكوفيد 19. Even though the size market of vaccine في السعودية وصل 400 مليون annually والbiological medicine market وصل السعودية 1 مليار annually. ومع ذلك يوجد هناك مشكلة أساسية، وهنا most of the drug development process gets stuck in the discovery phase, as in like the idea and the basic research phase. It doesn't make it to the development or delivery phase, especially during COVID-19. So I believe there are two main reasons or challenges that we are facing. الchallenge الأول هو تحدي الاستثمار أو investment challenge. So while I was doing my PhD at Oxford, وجدت أن الجامعة قامت بإنشاء Oxford University Innovation Center، قسم كامل لاحتضان أفكار وخريجي الجامعة تابع ليونيفرسيتي اوف أوكسفورد. خلال تسع سنوات الماضية فقط عملوا على جذب استثمارات بقيمة 80 مليون باوند لتمويل 70 مليون ناشئ لطلاب وخريجي الجامعة. إذن هذا هو التحدي الأساسي أو الكلمة الأساسية، هو أهمية الاستثمار. فلو ننظر إلى تجارب عالمية، مثلا سيليكون فالي في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية، واللي بيمثل التجربة الأعظم في مجال التطوير والاختراعات الجديدة. Not to copy and paste the experience طبعا, but to adapt and learn and come up with their own strategy. نجدهم اعتمدوا بشكل كامل على invest in scientific research to become an industrial product. الاستثمار في البحث العلمي ليصبح منتج صناعي. وفي هذا الصدد تدخلت الحكومة بصناديقها الاستثمارية investment funds، شركات البحث والتطوير R&D companies، بالإضافة لشركات رأس المال المخاطر VC venture capitalists، والمستثمرين الملائكيين angel investors، وأيضا المؤسسات الخيرية. كل هؤلاء استثمروا في وادي السيليكون حتى أصبح الوادي يسهم بثلث العائدات الاستثمارية في أمريكا، مما جعل تستمر كأقوى اقتصاد في العالم. لو ننظر إلى وادي السيليكون نجد أن الشركات الكبيرة الناجحة هناك بدأت بفكرة صغيرة بالمراكز أبحاث الجامعات من خلال طلاب الجامعات. هؤلاء الطلاب بأفكارهم الجديدة الناشئة وجدوا من يستثمر بهم، لما نطلق عليهم angel investors أو مستثمرين ملائكيين، وهم رجال وسيدات أعمال أغنياء يقومون بتمويل أفكار ناشئة جديدة من أموالهم الشخصية مقابل حصة في هذه الشركات. In the US عام 2018 استثمر المستثمرين الملائكيين وعددهم 320 ألف مستثمر ملائكي قيمة 758 مليون دولار في مجال البايوتكنولوجي وحده. هل إحنا لدينا بالسعودية مستثمرين ملائكيين؟ أجل يوجد، لكن عددهم لا يتعدى المئات ولا يستثمروا بأفكار الطلاب في المجالات العلمية. أيضاً R&D companies، لو نشوف الشركات الكبرى في وادي السيليكون أمازون، جوجل، أبل، نجد أنهم يستثمرون في مجال R&D في أبحاث علمية طلاب في الجامعات. فمثلاً أمازون لعام 2019 استثمرت بما يعادل 22.6 مليار دولار، بما يعادل 12.7% من إيراداتها في مجال البحث العلمي والتكنولوجيا الحديثة. هذه الشركات الكبيرة مولت أو استثمرت في الشركات الناشئة حتى أصبحت هذه الشركات الناشئة شركات الناجحة، فقامت هي بتمويل شركات ناشئة أخرى من أفكار الطلاب في الجامعات. طبعاً أفكار الطلاب في الجامعات الموجودة هناك مثلاً يونيفرسيتي ستانفورد أو UC بيركلي وغيرها الكثير. طيب، فإذا سألت ما الوضع عندنا بالسعودية، نجد أن لدينا عشرات بل مئات من الشركات الصناعية، ولكن البحث العلمي في الجامعات مدعوم فقط من شركتين اثنتين وهما أرامكو وسافك. ولا ننسى طبعاً الثقافة الأهم التي تنقصنا، وهي ثقافة التبرع للعلم والابتكار. مثلا في دول العالم المتقدم نجد أن المؤسسات الخيرية charitable organization يمولوا المجالات الطبية والبايوتكنولوجي. مثلا ويلكم تراست، وأنا شخصيا during my PhD كنت من المستفيدين من ويلكم تراست، مول أبحاث التكنولوجيا الحيوية بقيمة 26 مليار دولار لعام 2019. بيل اند ميليندا جيتس مولوا مجال الفاكسينولوجي بقيمة 50 مليار دولار لعام 2019. فيلزمنا الآن أن نشجع المؤسسات الخيرية بالتبرع للعلم. إذن هذا هو التحدي الأهم والأساسي الذي يعوق البحوث العلمية والتطور التكنولوجي في السعودية، وعدم وجود استثمارات كافية في هذا المجال مع نقص أو ضعف الإنفاق الحكومي مقارنة بما تنفقه دول العالم المتقدم. مثلا في اليونايتد ستيتس أنفقوا على R&D لعام 2019 بما يعادل 476 مليار دولار، بما يعادل 2.7% من الناتج القومي أو GDP. في السعودية أنفقنا لعام 2019 فقط 12.5 مليار دولار، بما يعادل 0.8% من الناتج القومي أو GDP. أيضاً التمويل في السعودية من البحث العلمي يأتي 85% من الحكومة و15% من القطاع الخاص، وفي دول العالم المتقدم it's the opposite. 90% من التمويل على البحث العلمي في الجامعات يأتي من القطاع الخاص و10% يأتي من الحكومة. إذن نحن بحاجة ماسة تشجيع الاستثمارات من خلال إشراك القطاع الخاص private sector رؤوس الأموال في البحث العلمي والابتكارات، بما يضمن انتقالها من مراكز أبحاث إلى مواقع الإنتاج والسوق. وهذا ما يهدف إليه برنامج صندوق الاستثمارات العامة ووزارة الاستثمار وغيرها، حيث يشجعون الاستثمارات في القطاعات الواعدة بالسعودية. باقي فقط تكثيفها اهتمامها على أيضا تطبيقها على مستوى البحث العلمي والابتكار في الجامعات. طبعا الأهم أنه ليس تحدي الاستثمار هو التحدي أو التشالنج الوحيد that we are facing. هناك تحدي آخر وهو innovation challenge أو تحدي الابتكار، وهو أهم لأن المشكلة الأكبر أن عدد ومستوى الابتكارات لدينا في السعودية أساساً متدني، وهذا على حسب تقرير مؤشر الابتكار العالمي الصادر عن المنظمة العالمية للملكية الفكرية وايبو، الذي أصدر أو صنف المملكة في مرتبة فقط 66 لعام 2020. وأيضاً لو ننظر إلى تجربة أخرى وهي التجربة الصينية، again not to copy and paste but to learn to adapt، نجد أنهم هم عملوا على إعادة هيكلة كبيرة للسياسات الخاصة بالبحث العلمي. هذا الكلام كان فقط في ثمانينات القرن الماضي، فنجد أنهم حولوا اتجاهات البحوث العلمية إلى تطبيقات صناعية، فعملوا على مشروعين. المشروع الأول هو مشروع تورش الذي يعتمد على 3 pillars. أولاً commercialization of scientific research، second industrialization، third globalization. فابحاث طلاب الجامعات في مراكز الابحاث الجامعات لديهم وصلت الى الصناعه ثم وصلت الى العالميه. كيف عملوا ذلك؟ قاموا بانشاء حدائق تكنولوجيه، 54 حديقه تكنولوجيه خلال التسعينات القرن الماضي، بداخلها 475 بايو تكنولوجي انكوبيتر او حاضنه تكنولوجيه، يعمل بداخلها 2.5 مليون شخص من حاملي الدرجات العلميه، وبلغت عوائدها 150 مليار دولار. وايضا عملوا على مشروع اخر وهو مشروع بروجكت 211 الذي عمل لتطوير الجامعات. في ذكي مثلا هناك 57 جامعه حكوميه، انشأوا شركه خاصه لكل جامعه حكوميه تقوم بتمويل هذه الجامعه، القيام على تقديم الخدمات لهذه الجامعه، وايضا تسويق ابحاث الطلاب بهذه الجامعه الى القطاع الخاص. لدينا بالسعوديه وال2030 فيجن انشانا الهيئه العامه للمنشآت الصغيره والمتوسطه منشآت، الذي يعمل على دعم وتنفيذ مشاريع وبرامج لنشر ثقافة المبادرة والابتكار. ولكن ما زال أمامنا الكثير، ما زال أمامنا الكثير حتى نلحق بركب دول العالم المتقدم، وأثق ومتأكدة أن ذلك بمقدورنا واستطاعتنا. فقط علينا ندعم الاستثمار في مجال البحث والابتكار، بأن نشجع القطاع الخاص على الاستثمار والإيمان في أبحاث الطلاب في الجامعات، وأيضا نزيد من عدد ومستوى ابتكاراتنا بأن نشجع الأفكار الجديدة ونحتضنها. وهنا I'm quoting a dear friend and a colleague who always says that there's an ecosystem أو فصل كامل ما بين مراكز الأبحاث المتمثل بالجامعات والماركت. And once this ecosystem يتغير to ecosystem، عندها فقط سنتجاوز ونتعدى لحظة سبوتنيك. Thank you.
شكرا جزيلا دكتورة فرح. Very informative. I'll move to the next speaker, then we receive the questions in 2 minutes. Our next guest speaker, Dr. Hani Al-Hashimi. Dr. Hani is also well-known researcher and physician who has completed his graduate studies in medical technology at King Abdulaziz University in 1999. Then he pursued his medical education at McMaster University in Canada, in addition to different universities, and he got his MD degree in 2003 with 2 fellowships from well-known universities globally. He's an expert in the field of cancer and cancer research, especially in the form of transplantation. But the exciting news, Dr. Hani now is the Senior Medical Director of Medical Affairs at Pfizer Saudi. And I know all eyes now at Pfizer with the new vaccine. He worked previously in King Fahd Specialist Hospital in Dammam. He served in multiple local and international committees, in addition to leading different initiatives for cancer patients. He has a wide range of research activities and publications as well. Let's not waste time in this introduction, but we go to his exciting talk today regarding Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the G20 research importance. المملكة ودور 20 والبحث العلمي. تفضل دكتور، مشكور.
Can you hear me okay now?
اي نعم دكتور، والسلايدات واضحه. تفضل. الله يحييك.
Thank you very much for the nice introduction, and I'd like to thank Prof. Al-Hirsi and Prof. Hammam for this very nice, well done, organized platform to discuss important research opportunities, challenges, and where the future is going to take us. And bringing all those very important stakeholders, وزارة الاستثمار, Saudi FDAs, K-Mark, King Saud University, and all the people who are interested in research and research development in Saudi Arabia to very nice platform. فشكرا جزيلا لهم على الدعوة. Today I'll be talking on behalf of Pfizer Saudi Arabia, and the reason I'm saying this, it's nice stakeholder engagement because we want to see the engagement from all the different stakeholders, including pharmaceutical company. Dr. Farah Allah Dirafi actually made a very nice presentation, and my presentation will be just a continuation of what she started, just to show how important that is and where are we going to head. I'll make it quick and sweet على قولهم. My objective is to cover three things. The first one is actually G20 leadership and KSA. And then we do benchmarking with the G20, and then the Pfizer partnership that we are very interested to establish between pharma industry as a global Pfizer, and also our collaborators from different governmental, with a university or academia on the long run, in the short, intermediate, and long term. As you all know, in this year, everybody was waiting for the G20 to be held in Saudi Arabia, and everybody was prepared for an in-person kind of engagement that brings all the world leaders to Riyadh to join and talk about how can we make this world a better place. Like early this year, with all this chaos that happened, the pandemic, COVID, every plan that was made for the 2020 that was made actually even at a personal level have been changed, and that's what has happened during this year. It did show a very clear quality of our leadership in the country, where King Salman Allah yahfadhuh, called for an extraordinary G20 summit to unify the effort toward the global response to this pandemic, and brought ease to all the countries around the world to unify what they're trying to do, and actually pave the way of what needs to be done over the next few months to come after that. And a few weeks ago, we saw in Riyadh one of the most impressive summit was under a very nice objectives, realizing opportunity of the 21st century for everybody. And basically, it's actually to make the world a better place to live in, and actually for those who live in this across the globe. So just the quick things about G20 and why we think when we compare, it should be compared to those group of countries. So G20 represent basically 68% of the world population. It produced 81% of the world GDP. It spends about 92% of the world money on research, and that's actually allocated for research and development, and employs 87% of the world researchers, and publish 86% of the global research papers. So this is quite a bit of actually research that has been done and being done within the G20. And I'm glad that we are actually part of such a strong network that we can work together and aspire of what they're doing now, and actually plan our future based on what we actually stand. You'll see a lot of actually report on what G20 does in terms of research performance. Many actually data has been published on the performance of research. This is one of the Institute for Scientific Information, and they published this for the past decade. So they had their annual reports, and it comes in a scorecard for research performance for all the G20 countries. And I took certain points from this report to share with the panel and with the group here, just to show where do we stand and where actually our ambition is going to take us. So if you look population-based, we are actually second to last in terms of population. So we're not heavily population compared to, for example, India and China. Yet we actually produced last year, although I've seen different numbers during the course of the day, based on the patents that actually been reported, 6,910, which puts us in actually ranked 14. And if you put that into a population perspective, so we actually go up 2 points to actually become in a rank 12. And in a G20 countries, being a rank 12 is actually a good thing for us, but our ambition is actually to move on the scale to higher up, to reach closer to actually the top 5. What about publications? Same thing, same story. We actually produce at a national level almost 120,000 publications. As you might imagine, the United States and China actually the most published countries. But if you factor in the population to that, you see that we actually move up. So even in terms of our publication ability, it says something that we have within the country enough, a very nice research interest group that might actually be interested to do more, even if the environment is actually the right environment and if the setup is the right setup. So this is the scorecard, and this is how it looks like. I'm not going to bother you with most of the details there, but I'll take two things out of it. So the first line is actually Saudi Arabia and the population. So what we're missing is actually number of researchers per 1,000 population, female researcher, percentage of female researcher, and also the exact national expenditure on research and development, and the business or private participation in terms of actually what's not a governmental expenditure that actually is put into research and development. So those actually something like research registry that actually at the national level might help with those numbers. And if you look at the publication, clearly we have published good number in terms of population base. But if we compare this to something they call it category normalized citation impact, or normalized for the citation and the impact, we're still doing well. And the summary scorecard of Saudi Arabia based on the benchmarking with the G20 showed that we have 20% of our publications are domestic, and hopefully this number can actually increase, and in collaborative publication with international bodies is actually something that we've been doing over the past 10 years. And the numbers of collaboration with international researchers have increased dramatically over the past few years, and you can see the impact profile reflect this approach from researchers within Saudi Arabia. One thing that was very clear, the domestic research base, capacity that we invested in has not been realized yet. So there is a lot of infrastructure available, has been actually put in place, yet we haven't not capitalized on everything that we have on the ground yet. Maybe collaboration will help in actually addressing this point specifically. I'll move forward to tell you more about what Saudi Arabia has done in terms of research, and just to make sure that we put into this into perspective, because we said we have good number of publication that per population of ratio. And taking an example is actually COVID. This is actually something that was published 2 weeks ago, and it shows that we ranked high first actually at a regional level, 17 on a global level when it came to global coronavirus research. This accounts for 1.8, almost 2% of the global research on COVID. And academia, university, basically is actually the global drive of, the major drive of research in Saudi Arabia, and King Saud for sure is being part of this, a big part of this, so to speak. I just have to mention one more thing that since we talked about the COVID, this is a very nice publication 6 months ago from Prof. Bahammam and Prof. Al-Hirsi, looking at what type of research that's being done inside our country, and whether we need to work on improving the research throughput that we're actually doing. They mapped the research production from all the investigators across the country. The result goes directly to that. So 53 articles were actually included, but most of the research that has been done at our national level was purely opinion, narrative review about clinical pathological feature of COVID, control and prevention. And their conclusion was actually right on the dot. So the conclusion is what we're doing today. So this summit or this platform that we are talking on today is basically what they said in the trial. So the result of this scoping review identified deficiency in original research. So clinical trials, investigator-initiated trial, protocol developed by pharmaceutically sponsored, and all those things that actually still there is a huge area for a huge opportunity and a great area for improvement. So, and I'm hoping that will take us to the next level. So where Pfizer Saudi Arabia would like to partner in is actually something that will benefit everybody, including the pharmaceutical industry at big picture, and also reach to the patient. So what we are interested in increasing local data generation to support product evaluation and patient access, strengthen the Saudi position as a regional center of excellence that can attract research protocol, phase 3 trials, and so on, and also become a hub for innovation. And that by itself will provide earlier and better access to life-changing medication to our patients within the country. And the last but not least is actually to reinforce Saudi clinical and research talent pool. Our researcher, our student that's actually interested in doing research and practicing research to equip them with the knowledge required and actually improve any knowledge gap that can be present. Our group have worked on this over the past few months and came up with a very nice proposal. I'm not going to actually go through the whole document, but I want to show you that it's actually compared to two things. So there is one related to education, training and education, so enhancing clinical practice and healthcare. And this can happen with collaborating with academia and establishing medical education programs, CMEs, and actually also training courses and so on. And the other side, which is very important, equally as important, is actually preparing the research environment for research to be done in the short, intermediate, and long term, by finding the footprint for clinical research, the unmet need that's needed within our country, and also partnering with academia and government, medical, Kmart, for example, big research institute, to bring advanced protocol to Saudi Arabia, aiming to generate data from within Saudi patient population, and also provide to the real world evidence what we know about the disease burden in the country. Saying that, that will bring phase 2, phase 3 trials, real world evidence, and certify certain sites for clinical trial activity that will engage those sites with actually international protocol that can be delivered at a national level. So they've been working on it, as I said. They have actually already made some plans. There is a project charter with a very clear project background and statement. The team has already been formulated within Pfizer Saudi Arabia. They worked on the background. They aligned very well with the Vision 2030 when it comes to social, economic, and health reform. That's the Vision 2030 is all about. And the purpose, as you can see here, we want to have something that provide, they say division here, but we want to provide to clinical research, clinical practice. We want to have a hub in Saudi Arabia, Pfizer being big partner in this, and real world data and innovation incubators. The whole team has been engaged in this activity for the past at least 4 months, even well before I joined. But definitely we're actually taking very steady steps in this at the national and actually at a global level. And one of the aim of us being with you today in this platform is to share this as an opportunity for collaboration with all the stakeholders, King Saud being one of the main player in terms of research at the national level and also international level. This platform for collaboration is open. I'll just say, I'll just stop here with a very nice quote. If you think research is expensive, try disease. Mary is actually a health advocate who lived between 1900 and she died in 1994. And she lived through pandemics and wars and World War I, II, and Vietnam. So she saw a lot of death that happened across her years that she lived in. But the one thing that she knows for fact is actually research is very important for the actually continuation of life and for actually any improvement that you want to do at not only at a patient level but even at process and community level. With this, I'll stop and thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hani. Very informative, a very hot topic. You did well, and also Dr. Farah. So, to be honest, I have a lot of questions, and there is one question here from Dua Ibn Talib. But since you, Dr. Farah, you've been talking about research, maybe we'll just allow 2 or 3 questions. so we can stick to the time. And Dr. Hani, you're talking about the importance of research. Do you think that we saw a huge increase in the number of research in the last, let's say, 20 years? But do you think that we have a problem in having specific themes? So we are lost. We have a quantity, no quality. I would love to hear from Dr. Farah and also from you, Dr. Hani, from the researcher point of view and from the industry point of view.
Yes, I believe that sometimes we are working randomly. There is not much a collaboration between research centers when it comes to the overall theme of what we are working on. I think we should come with a definite scopes of our research, and each research center would be like focused on in such an area. And by doing this, definitely the research, will move forward.
If I may just comment on this, so this is what Pfizer Saudi Arabia is interested in doing with this research institute, is actually to define the footprint and the unmet need that's needed within Saudi Arabia. So we are very different than the rest of the world in terms of what is endemic and what's needed within the country. We're common in so many things, but we have our own areas of research interest that we should be pioneered across the globe for that. One example of that is actually hemoglobinopathy. We should be the pioneer of sickle cell disease across the globe. We are the best on earth that can actually speak about it, so we should be the best on earth that can actually do research in it as well.
So Dr. Hani, if we'll ask you, for us in Saudi Arabia, if we'll ask what's the most important or top research theme that as researchers we should focus on? I mean, what Pfizer expects from us in the next 10 years? What disease area we should focus on?
Okay, so it's a collaboration. So, and I'll put many lines under collaboration. So we're partnered in actually doing this with academia and the governmental sectors and all the research stakeholders. It's not a decision of one side to decide for the rest. We're actually partnered in this. So whatever is actually going to help, definitely Pfizer is interested to work in that. I say sickle cell disease because this was pandemic in Saudi Arabia. There is pipeline for different diseases within Pfizer, but Research Institute is all about research and generating data that's of help to the community. And in that, it has to do with what our partner would be interested to do.
If I may add also, the Saudi Human Genome Project in the near future will provide a lot of information about the rare genetic diseases within the Saudi population. And that could give more clarification to the private sector and companies like Pfizer to know which area to invest in and work on when it comes to finding solutions for diseases in Saudi.
So that leads me back to Dr. Hani as well. Then I'll come back to Dr. Farah with the last questions. You talk about it's a kind of initiative that Pfizer is willing to help, if I'm not mistaken, Dr. Hani. Maybe you need more time to talk about, it seems that you have a clear vision that you are going to do a strong collaboration with the research institutes. Can I ask you how we can benefit and what do you expect from it, and when we can, as research sites, that we can join or benefit from Pfizer's initiatives to support research?
So when it comes to collaboration, there will be definitely a very clear areas of collaboration in terms of training, education, and also in terms of preparing the environment. Pfizer is very interested to work with academia. 86% of the research publication in Saudi Arabia comes from a university-based institution. So academia is actually a definite partner in this. Universities, especially King Saud University, has been a very strong supporter in the past. I'll speak about the medical affair of Pfizer. We've done a lot of phase 3 trials in oncology, breast in specific, with King Saud and the clinical trial in the King Saud. That is one of many examples that we can partner in, and it will be an open-ended questions and a collaboration and discussion between two parties to reach what's best for the community.
So there is a specific question. Is there any collaboration expected between institutions that were already in clinical research? So are you going to give more focus that for they are already in the field? This is from Rosina Homa.
as a medical affair in general and specifically in Pfizer, we're actually very interested in actually generating real world data. I worked on the clinical side before, and I know disease burdens and data is actually not very well organized when it comes to certain diseases such as oncology in general. Data are actually not accurate, so real world data and generating this information will be helpful to not only to stakeholder, but it will also be helpful to the community to know what to watch for and what to actually be aware of. But yes, we're actually part of Research Institute in general. We're happy to support.
It's a very hot topic. I will conclude with one question that has many questions inside it because of the time. Sorry to do that. But I will ask you, Dr. Farha and Dr. Hani, in 1 minute each. Do you think that we are not good in marketing, or do we are not investing in areas that have been not invested? For example, there's a question: is lacking of phase 1 clinical trials is a negative sign for us, or there's a problem in the quality of research? So, what do you think the problem? Because here there's a question. They are asking both. And if maybe we can end with this, so it'll be 4 things: how we can improve the current ecosystem.
I believe it's a combination of both, as I explained in my presentation. We lack a lack of investment and lack of innovation. So the more we improve the investment, definitely the research ecosystem will be improved. And when it comes, what's the second question about the?
I talk about, is it a problem in marketing, or it's in the quality of current research, or research that's been not touched? So how we can improve the current ecosystem?
I think it's a combination. I think more privatization. The moment there are privatization, the private sector will start to commercialize for scientific research and innovation in the research center at the universities, خاصة الجامعات الحكومية. Once they commercialize these scientific research and the private sector would know more about them, they would come and invest. So by this way, we can increase or improve the ecosystem of scientific research in Saudi.
Hani, you can answer this question, or I can change the question for you, because there is here a question that says within the research and innovation, what does the future of clinical research, and is Pfizer willing to collaborate with the local CRO? So you can have both, either to how to improve the ecosystem, or the other question, which we will end up with this one. What's the future of research in the kingdom, and are you willing to collaborate with the national CROs?
But the first questions, and I'll answer it in a very political way. I think research in Saudi Arabia has improved dramatically over the past 10 years. And we're seeing better knowledge, better policies, better research quality happening over the past 10 years. And I know for sure it's going to get even better in the next decade to come. So sometimes we're actually very, we ask for so many things at once, like reflecting back on 10 years ago, definitely it's better. Collaboration is the key. Collaboration is the key. Collaboration is the key. We used to live in actually a red ocean type of business operation and research operation. Over the past 2 years, I can tell you we're moving into a blue ocean where everybody is interested to collaborate. This institute has opened their hands and want to work with other institutes. We've done a lot of blue ocean strategy and collaboration in terms of research specifically. And I know more of this is happening, and I know more of this is going to happen with the other side. So this happened within only governmental sectors, between hospital and academia. And what's going to happen next is actually involving other stakeholders like وزارة الاستثمار, Pfizer, Saudi Arabia, and any investors or حتى أوقاف to participate in supporting research. So I think we're actually going in a very good direction. It just time will actually pave the way. With the second question about collaborating, we're open to collaborate with any legal entity in Saudi Arabia that's actually within the real the legality and the regulation of Pfizer Saudi Arabia.
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very hot topic, and I'm inviting maybe next year we can plan something, because a lot of questions, mashallah, regarding this. But we agree we need more collaboration. We need to hear maybe from the industry about how we can support. I'm sorry I need to close this session, and thanks both you speakers. To move to the next part, and I'll excuse that maybe I'll delay you for another 10 or 15 minutes. We are just 15 minutes beyond the planned program. Then we will end up with a half-minute video that my team they prepared. So thank you, Dr. Hani. Thank you, Dr. Farah. And I'm inviting you maybe for next session that we can plan next year, 2021, because it seems people that are very interested to hear from you more. Thank you very much for that. Thank you. Okay. Now, if my team will allow me, I will move to the third session, which I'm the moderator for the third session. My name is Tariq Al-Hawasi. Sorry, I didn't introduce in the beginning. I'm Associate Professor of Clinical Pharmacy in the Department of Clinical Pharmacy, College of Pharmacy, and as well the Director of Clinical Trial Unit, لبرنامج الابحاث السريرية in the Medical City, King Saud University. When I had the chance before to talk to most of you, or all the speakers, most of you I know you before. And let me go quick. In this session, we have 4 speakers. It's an open panel discussion where, please, if you need to raise more questions for the audience, go ahead. I'm going to collect these questions. In this session, we will have 40 minutes maximum. And in this session, we have 4 distinguished speakers. First is Prof. Salih Al-Ghamdi. He is from King Fahd Medical City Center. And we have Dr. Mohammed Sagar from King Fahd Specialist Hospital, Dammam. Both are directors on clinical trial units and research centers and their sites. And also from the other side, we have Dr. Ainash Shiridi, consultant of infectious disease from King Saud University Medical City, and Dr. Msaad Al-Hamza, who's also a consultant in King Saud University Medical City, and we'll have the time to introduce them more. In this session, we will have 3 to 5 minutes from each speaker, and we'll start with Dr. Salih Al-Ghamdi. Please, Doctor, you can introduce yourself and give us your talk in 3 to 5 minutes. Then we will open the panel for discussion once we hear from all speakers. Go ahead, Doctor.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Tariq, for invitation, and thank you for King Saud University for this initiative, which is really one of the major initiatives in clinical trial collaborations and putting all stakeholders in one table, discussing their views and knowing their needs, and also bringing the industry part and also the academia together. I think this is a great initiative. I will actually, a lot of things that has been said, but I decided to just give some information about the situation of research center in King Fahd Medical City. So I'll be very brief. King Fahd Medical City is one of the largest city, actually in a medical city, which is more than 100 bed. And also it has specialized center, 8 specialized center, 4 specialized center and 4 hospitals. And it's considered the largest medical city under Ministry of Health. And also we have a lot of patients, either inpatient or outpatient, and considered one of the main referral hospital for Ministry of Health. Just to emphasize the research, this is the old strategy or old vision and mission of King Fahd Medical City, and you can find the research is embedded in the mission of 2015 to 2020. But when we worked in the King Fahd Medical City strategy from 2020 to 2025, the research was even more and more. So it was a major element in the mission, and even though in the vision it wasn't to be leading in accountable SEO in specialized health services, but in a mission, the mission which is the way to the vision, the research is one of the strategy. And also with the themes, we have one major theme called knowledge management and research excellence. And this is really having a good impact how the KFMC think and look to the research and also innovation in this work. And this is actually, when you look at our value, you will find the collaboration, you will find integrity and professionals. So all those elements are working together for the integration of the clinical system to the research. This is just kind of dissectomy of the research or clinical trial department, which we call it clinical research department in KFMC. This clinical research department, it's one of the 4 departments under Applied Clinical Research Administration, which is under Research Center, which is report to the executive Chief Executive Officer. And now we are also leading the C2 cluster Central 2 in research, which will enhance this even more and more. Actually, we know the need of the companies for the sponsored, and also for the initiated. So we have established a system to enhance the clinical research conduct by helping the researcher and by having the rule for the CRD to develop the study protocol and help the BI to study protocol, and also help them to put all needed for those BI initiated, as well as they will also apply to Saudi FDA for registration. And we have also the grant management department, which they can sponsor the study if they see that it is suitable and could be sponsored, as well as many other things. And for the sponsored study, which is by the company, we have made the process map clear for the sponsors, and also the timeline with the clear policies, as we mentioned, for the importance of the SOPs. And I think this is we are trying to minimize the time and give the expectation from the beginning that there will be no surprise or no delays. This is what I just mentioned about the clinical trial, which we are doing currently in KFMC. And as you can see, there is a dramatically increased numbers, even though there is some limitation, but we are still working on getting even more and more, and try to be attractive for the companies by having a very ecosystem, and also having a very standardized procedure. This is one of the things which is really need to be considered and need to be looked at it, which is the type of clinical trial what we are doing. And I think this reflects the most center in Saudi Arabia, and this will be really an area for discussion. Most of it is in phase 4, and the phase 3 and phase 2 is not as high as in phase 4. And this is what we are really looking forward to enhance the early studies for clinical trial, and enhancing even phase 1 if needed with the regulations as been mentioned by the FDA. And we have actually the current now, which a lot of study has been completed and ongoing, and also we are terminating some studies if it's not has been working fine. This is just to give you a brief about the clinical trial unit or the CRD department, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'm ready for the panel discussion.
Dr. Sahar Ramdi, the Director of Applied Research Administration, King Fahd, Medical City. Thank you very much. Inshallah, we'll be back for the discussion. Our next guest in this panel is Dr. Mohammed Sagar from King Fahd Specialist Hospital, Dammam, well known. Also, he's leading one of the clinical trial units in المنطقة الشرقية في المملكة, one of the well-established centers as well. Dr. Mohammed, mashallah, has a wealth of experience, similar to Prof. Al-Ghamdi, both I'm learning from you as well as Dr. Majid Idris was with us. So please, Dr. Mohammed Sagar, in 3 to 5 minutes maximum, please, you can give us your talk. دكتور محمد صقر. نعم.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام يا دكتور، تفضل.
أنا ما عندي slides, بس it's very difficult to share it. اللي أنا in the other format. Anyhow, I'm Dr. Sagar. I'm the director of the clinical trial in the King Fahd Specialist Hospital, Dammam. The research center in the King Fahd Specialist Hospital, Dammam, started 2010 with the establishment of the first IRB in the Eastern Province, and we implemented the first clinical trial in 2010, March 2010. Since that, the number of clinical trials which was received by the clinical trial administration is more than 225 clinical trials in different phases. So most of them are phase 3, and most of them are in oncology, around 70% in oncology. The rest 30% is in the different disease area, cardiology, GI, rheumatology, hematology, and other disease areas, neurology. The center is composed of clinical trial administration, epidemiology and biostatistical administration, and biomedical facility, where we have the two research labs, one for the genetic and the other one for immunology. We are part of Saudi Genome. We just started this year as a satellite site for the Saudi Genome. We have another department which is Human Research Protection Program, and which is responsible for the safety and well-being of the patients participating in the clinical trials. Until today, the clinical trial was able to achieve great partnership with the almost all pharmaceutical companies and all CROs locally and internationally. And we were scored as one of the best centers worldwide in certain clinical trials. And since 10 years, we didn't have any lost to follow patients or drop out patients in the clinical trial. We were recognized for the quality and for the experience and expertise of the team. We have another unit which is called research clinic with different stakeholders, biostatisticians, scientists, clinicians, ethicists. They serve all the KFHD investigators and helping them from writing the research proposal in different phases from the idea until the publications. So this is what we have in KFHD.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sagar. Our next distinguished speaker as well, who's participating, Dr. Aina Al-Sharidi, who is an internal medicine and infectious disease consultant in King Saud University Medical City in Riyadh. She's, mashallah, loaded with a lot of experience in her field, and she contributed in one of the important clinical trials that was under the microscope of several countries, which was the Solidarity. I would like to welcome Dr. Aina Al-Sharidi, and Dr. please, in 3 to 5 minutes, you can share your experience and introduce yourself before we move to the fourth speaker, and then we open the discussion, inshallah.
Thank you, Dr. Tariq, for the introduction. Thanks, Dr. Hirsi, Prof. Hammam, and the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in your open day today, which is almost, I can say, successful day. I hope my voice is clear for you. Please let me know. Otherwise, I have to use the microphone or the headphone.
Clear, clear.
Clear. So I'll share my slide with you. I don't know why I cannot share my slide.
If you can.
The journey through our study, which have been conducted at King Saud University. So sorry for that, but I will say it verbally. So my name is Dr. Aina Sharidi. I'm an infectious disease consultant at King Khalid University Hospital. I'm the principal investigator for the Solidarity Trial, which was the international public health and WHO call for finding the treatment for COVID-19 infection. So our call has started when Dr. Tariq Hawasi from CTU called me to supervise the study. So actually the whole credit starts with the CTU unit. And actually, this is a good opportunity for you to thank you for all the support we had through this journey until we are done with the study. Then after all that was started in March, then we moved from between March and April, and we met with the Ministry of Health, Dr. Asiri. We met with the WHO committee. We also met within our institute, co-investigators, my colleague in the Department of Medicine Infectious Disease Unit. Then we initiated our study. So the study was basically started between April and November and concluded in December this year. It had included 30 countries, 400, and now I can say more than 500 hospitals around the world, with more than 13,000 adult patients enrolled. From the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, we had enrolled 7 centers in Dammam, Qatif, Medina, and Riyadh. The study basically, as most of you know, included this 5 or 6 arms, I can say, which is either to receive no drug or standard of care, we call it, or remdesivir, or hydroxychloroquine, or leponivir, or interferon with or without leponivir. And as most of you know, that the study conclusion was no benefit in mortality arm, or I mean an outcome as primary outcome among all these interventional drugs. However, which I would like to share with you today, I mean, the achievement that we have made by participating under the umbrella of the Ministry of Education in this multi-center international study. I think this is a big achievement for everybody in the kingdom, including our institute. And the second thing, actually, the achievement, actually, the personally I got from this experience, that I knew more about the clinical trial unit facilities we have in our institute. And I'm sure that most of our, my colleague, I mean, in the institute didn't know that we have this invested resources that we can use and utilize during our academic and clinical duties. The second thing that I would like also to highlight on that this study showed what's the importance of investing in our clinical and diagnostic modalities, which really helped us during investigating for the COVID positive patients. The third arm, or the third achievement I think we had success on is through the Department of Medicine, because the huge organization we had from the moment the patient come to the ER department until the patient being discharged, it's a great actually achievement that helps actually during the study to conduct the study smoothly. One more thing is I think this study has motivated many other colleagues in the institute, in the department, in the unit to conduct more studies, clinical trial. And this is when it comes to the academic achievement. When it comes to the general achievement within the country and even within the social level or population level, I think people know more about the importance of the clinical trial and general population being aware now about trial. Like when I come and ask patients to be enrolled in the study, they were so hesitant to be to assign the consent. But I think now people are aware about what's the importance of study, intervention, and the impact of that. Of course, every study has challenges, and I would like to highlight 3 important challenges we had during this study. One of the big challenges that patient understanding of interventional trials, knowledge about the importance was really a big burden for me and my co-investigator during this trial. You can imagine that I have screened more than 2,500 patients admitted for COVID pneumonia, and only we ended up with 27 patients being enrolled in this trial. So it tells you how much we spend time with patients to convince them about the importance of the trial and to be enrolled. The second point is, and the challenge I can say is, because we were in the middle of pandemic and we have to clear the beds for coming patients, that was another crisis for us. How can we keep patients who've been already enrolled in this trial? Because they've been started on therapy and we cannot stop the medication and discharge them once they got just better, because we have to finish the trial and the study, the drug. So this is one of the big challenges we had also, but thanks God, we overcome that eventually. The third challenging, which is not only for the trial we had, I mean the solidarity, I think it's a global challenge. The evolving reports from other COVID trials, you see that there is more than thousands and thousands of trials coming. And the news we've been here, patients hearing and their trust in the trial drugs we use was really a big challenge for us to convince them that we are still in the middle of pandemic and trial, that we have to find out what's the right answer. So sorry, I cannot share with you the slide, but I put in the final report from a New England journal that has been reported in December 2nd this year about the interim result of this trial. Yes, this trial didn't show any beneficial effect from using those drugs, but it was really at least entitling what's the best strategy to treat COVID patients and to weigh the risk versus benefit during our clinical practice. So with this, I will conclude my talk. I would like to thank my group in the Department of Medicine and Infectious Disease Unit, including my co-investigator, my fellows, the coordinators, the research, pharmacist, nurse, and of course, I would like to thank the CT unit supervised by Dr. Tariq, and of course, Dr. Shazia was a really great help during this journey. Would like also to thank the research group from Saudi Arabia. Dr. Abdullah Asiri was the head of this research, Dr. Adari too, and many other hospitals in the kingdom. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Aina, very informative. I'll move to the fourth guest, Dr. Saud Al-Hamza. He is one of the well-known consultant in King Saud University Medical City and College of Medicine, consultant of vascular surgery. Dr. Saud also, he is carrying a master in public health from Miami University. He's a member of the research committee in the Department of Surgery in College of Medicine, King Saud University. دكتور مساعد تفضل in 3 to 5 minutes تفضل.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
عليكم السلام.
Not sure if I'm quite clear here. شكرا دكتور طارق الله يعلي مقدارك. I hope I'm well known for a good thing, hopefully. I'd like to thank you and Dr. Al-Hirsi and Dr. Bahammam for arranging this day and inviting me to participate and learn mostly from the previous participants. I feel so small now that I'm talking after Aina, after the wonderful job she did with the Solidarity trial. I'm back here for almost a year now, and I'm the national coordinator in Saudi Arabia for the Rapid COVID COAG trial, which is an international and essentially unfunded trial for COVID patients where we test which dose of anticoagulation actually works better for them, whether it's standard care or therapeutic anticoagulation. And the team is the PIs of this trial are from Canada and the United States and some parts of Europe, and it was approached early in March about participating here as a site in Saudi Arabia, and then the process started and took some time actually to get some paperwork. I had no idea how things were going after I came back. I remember the last time anybody was trying to participate in a clinical trial 10 years ago, things were very different. I was told that there is a clinical trials unit. I was told that there's a DSMB, and I was told that I have to register it with the SFDA. And luckily, we have Dr. Tariq Al-Hawasi and I have Dr. Hadil Al-Kfaidi, who is an excellent advisor at the beginning and helped me prepare the file for the SFDA, for the IRB, and all the other regulatory documents that I needed. Alhamdulillah, we started, we got active in late October. We're actually 2 months from getting active. We've screened about 400 patients to date. That's just as recent as 2 hours ago. And I enrolled my 19th patient here in King Saud University Medical City. I have Dr. Faris Al-Umran as the site PI and the co-national coordinator in King Faisal Specialist Hospital. Him and his team, I think, have enrolled so far 5 or 6 patients. And we've got the approval from the SFDA recently for the team in King Fahd Medical City. We've tried with Kmark, but I think with different directions at the time. And we look forward to re-engage and re-collaborate with all the sites. I think given the excellent public health plan to flatten the curve that we have in the country and the introduction of the vaccine right now, the number of patients are going down, but we're still able to screen patients, interview patients, and enroll them. I've noticed subjectively that patients have been very welcoming to participate in trials, especially one that we do because it's essentially almost part of a standard trial and there's no standard practice and there's no new medications that they're going to be taking. So I'm happy to be with this group and I look forward to the discussion this evening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saad, and all the best with your clinical trial. I wish, inshallah, this COVID end up very soon. I have a list of questions tonight. I'll go very quickly and I'll direct this question. So to stick to the time, please, for the audience, you can text your question. Now we live the COVID-19 pandemic, and everyone is agreeing that even the number of requests, not only the number of trials, has increased. The huge number of submissions and researchers in the industry as well. They are submitting more trials and more research. My question, I will send this question first to Dr. Aina, because she mentioned that one of the struggles was the patient literacy regarding clinical trials. That was a barrier in recruiting enough patients. They did well in what they recruited, but they target more. And she mentioned that patient literacy is one of the problems. We know it's a problem, but my question for you as a physician, how we can solve the problem from a physician point of view?
I think, thank you for the question, but I think part of the problem has been already solved because all the media, I think research word has been searched most during this year. So our society and population now aware about the importance of researches. So part of it actually we had achieved during this year will not be achieved if we were not in the middle of pandemic. Yet we still have a room to improve this and advocate on behalf of the patients of the importance of the researchers. One of the idea was I was sharing with my colleague is we're missing the announcement about coming researchers for patients through media. We don't use our media right, the social media, and even within the institute, like in the Western countries, they put an advertising brochure or numbers that people they can call if they are willing to participate in this in active researches. So we are missing all this opportunity to let patients aware that there is an ongoing trials that they can participate in. So yeah, we have a lot of rooms to be used
Can I, Dr. Aina, take this question? Very important. We missed in our program the IRB people. They are very well because of the CBAI and many things. But maybe Dr. Sagar, he can answer this. You mentioned that using media. From ethical point of view, Dr. on patient rights and all these things, Dr. Sagar, what do you recommend in advertising for clinical trials, and what's the best way? I'm not sure, Dr. Sagar.
Thank you, Dr. Tariq. I think since 2 years, the American FDA approved the use of social media, for recruiting patients and even for e-consenting the patients. So we need to work more with our Saudi FDA to approve the use of social media in the clinical trial. The other thing, we need to discuss it with the NCBA, because there is no guidelines, there is no ethical principles from the Saudi FDA part regarding the use of the social media. So I agree with Dr. Without COVID pandemic, it will be very difficult for us to utilize the benefit of the technology and benefit of the social media. And most of the recruitment in the COVID studies, it is done through the social media, giving the difficulty of recruiting patients using the usual pathway, like signing the consent, signing all the papers. So most of it done through the social media. So we need to enforce, or we need to open a discussion with the regulatory in Saudi to start using the social media as advertisement for the clinical trials, for the benefit of the patient, for the benefit of the family, and for the easy to increase or facilitate the recruitment of patients to the trials.
Thank you, Dr. Yeah, go ahead, please.
I think this is the most important part. Now we need to work on it, and we have to have clear guidelines, clear SOPs to start using this technology. And I think most of the pharmaceutical companies and most of the sponsors are willing to help and support in this area.
We'll carry this message as one of the recommendations of this meeting. But this is a very nice solution. I know there is an obstacle here in using the social media, but should be, I'm not sure if Faisal Dayem from Saudi FDA is still with us. So maybe they are listening to this one. My question, I'll move to another direction. People from Pfizer, Dr. Hani, when he was talking about real-world evidence and all these things, with a huge number of requests for clinical trials and COVID treatment. For example, I'm taking it as an example because COVID, I think, is going to change the future of clinical trials from next year. And how we used to do clinical trials the old-fashioned with a new style that is coming, which I'm going to ask about it later. My question now, with this huge number of requests for clinical trials, with the inadequacy in terms of structure and information, I would like to ask Dr. Saleh, Prof. Saleh, as the director dealing with many requests for clinical trials, putting on the other hand the unclear information, the inadequate data available for this disease, the data issue, and in addition to the regulatory concern, how you can balance between these things, and what's your recommendation? Because I mean, Corona is going to change. Maybe we'll have similar requests. We wish no, but it seems that the fast time to execute clinical trials now is a must. We are talking about time, not taking care about the old-fashioned steps. So, data issues, regulatory concerns, and the push from sponsors. For us as clinical trial units, what's your recommendation?
Thank you, Dr. Tariq, for a very important question. But if you allow me, I'll just comment on using the media and also a route for advertising the clinical trial. Yes. I think there is, a good portion of this covered in GCIA accreditation, which is the HRB chapter. HRB chapter asking to route how to the public, for the community to know about the clinical trial as well as the outcome of the clinical trial too. So I think we should put more emphasis and more pressure on our local regulations to allow such, but we have to be careful not to use it to the other end, which is in a spoiling way with very misleading messages. So we have to have the guidelines, as my colleague mentioned, but it is supported by the international accreditation HRB chapter of GCIA. For the word evidence, what you have mentioned, word evidence data. To be honest, this is one of the things which is the whole world is moving toward the real world evidence. Real world evidence will be very supportive, very supportive for the clinical trial conducting and for the community, for the hospitals, for even the companies. It will help in initiation, it will help in conducting, it will help even in a lot of stages of the clinical trial. And there is some obstacle in terms of regulations or in acceptance from the community, from some security inquiries, I would say it, because it's not something which is, we have to consider it, but there is some also fear from the real world evidence approach, and we have to break those elements and break the ice and really work toward the real world evidence to have even more information. Could be stronger than the clinical trial itself, because the clinical trial will be focused on a certain people, but the real world data will be based on the community, based on a lot of things, which is controlled and uncontrolled, different disease, different situation, different things, and could generate clinical trial approaches and could generate a new strategy for treatment without even conducting a specific or focused clinical trial.
Thank you, Dr. Saleh. Because of time, I'm going to ask two last questions. One is specifically for Dr. Msaad. Dr. Msaad, you've been in a trial now with multiple sites locally, plus people from outside. But this study is mainly academically initiated, or it's away from the industry and sponsors. A lot of people, they are blaming the industry and sponsors that they don't focus on what a patient needs. So they bring clinical trials, but they are not attractive for patients. They are attractive for the companies. You are leading a trial that it's not been touched by the industry, but we have this claim that the industry and sponsors, they are always bringing that what's attract them as industry. So thinking about that, do you think this is true? And if true, what do you recommend for researchers? Dr. Saad?
Sorry, do you hear me?
Yeah. Did you hear my question? Yeah.
Yes, no, I did. I'm sorry, I was just muted. That's a very good question, Dr. Tariq. I just got the updates for our trial just between my initial talk and now that we've reached 30% of our enrollment globally. And that's just within less than 2 months. It remains largely unfunded to the point that actually the PI started a sort of a public page for funding to ask for support for the trial. And we've been interviewed for a podcast that has been announced and has actually been published. Let's be clear here: the pharmaceutical companies, their businesses, right? They have their nonprofit or philanthropic activities, but they're also businesses, and they're looking for profit for their investments, whether that's research, design, or production. And so if they focus on some trials to get, and that's probably one of the struggles that was mentioned earlier during the day, that academics are involved in enrolling, but they're not very involved in making the decision of whether or not to publish. And we see this a lot in negative trials, for example, where they don't get published and just remain off. I think it's a matter of getting to a common understanding and a common grounds into what's needed. And sometimes you can ask for anything from companies, and that's hard to get. It's hard to get a support from them if you're going to harm their product. And so that's going to have to be negotiated initially with the contracts if there's any support. That's in the works between the company and the researcher. But so far, for multiple, we see a lot in the cardiovascular disease sector, at least, we see a lot of industry-funded research and huge clinical trials that actually inform clinical decisions that get published very frequently these days in the medical and surgical part as well. And probably, as Subhan al-Hashimi mentioned, there's a lot of involvement either in the local or national base right now to enroll in these trials. So we look forward to more work with our industry partners, and whatever obstacles that come the way, we would have to solve them and address them when the time comes.
Thank you very much, Doctor. So I think still, as a researcher, we have to be careful, and we have to have the power on this session. Last question for all of you: yes or no? Is it the time we need a national strategy for clinical trial units? Dr. Saad, you tried our services, and Dr. Aina, then I'll move to the CTU directors as well. Do we need a national strategy for clinical trial units? Is it the time or not yet?
To be honest, I don't know what a national strategy for clinical trial units mean, but if it means more regulations to control the clinical trial units for each site, I think the best solution for more bureaucracy is less paperwork and less organizations, and let the institutions and sites be more fairly independent to try to conduct research, to collaborate, and sometimes compete to attract more trials and studies. Dr. Hashimi mentioned that we should be the leaders in sickle cell anemia, and I agree with him. We should have real world data in registries, but we don't have that because nobody is keeping national registries unless they're sponsored by Ministry of Health or other government organization, or hopefully funded by Pfizer or some other company. And so maybe this is an opportunity to address that. But for the CTUs, I think they should be, I don't know if a national strategy or a national body to control these CTUs should be implemented. I think more independence is better to kind of provide more room for everyone.
You like freedom of research and competition. I got it. Dr. Aina, then تفضل. Who's next?
For me, Dr. Tariq. Yeah. So, and for me, I will support the idea of national cohorting and research group, but not for everything, because I don't want to make the research حكر على أشخاص معينين, either within specific ministry عن غيرهم. This is part one. Part two, actually, I think it's a good opportunity for us being now meeting under your supervision, like CTU, who conducted this meeting today. So actually, I would ask you kindly if you make this step next from CTU, being in a big academic institute in the kingdom, and soon will be like self-funded. So we will be like one of the biggest research center. You might need to be more of the attractive for others, you know, and conduct more national researches and communicate with many researchers around the country. I think this is a good step to go for next.
So you're calling for Excellence Center for Clinical Trials?
Thank you. This is the word. Go for it.
I'll go to Dr. Saleh. I'll go to Dr. Saleh and then Dr. Mohammed, and then Dr. Majid Al-Jarisi, you want to comment, please.
I think I will go for big yes, not only yes.
Okay.
Big yes, because we have an example. We have the Korean experience, which is the Connect. Connect is not like I really respect Dr. Musa'ad view, but the idea is to have to be like a command center, organizing and arranging and putting the things all together. This will even will give a more attractive, will be attractive for the companies, for the big companies, the mother companies, when they know that you have a regulation, one system, one regulation. You can even involve the peripheral hospitals and other centers. So you can be like a cohort and also one system for the whole country, instead of going to King Saud University system, King Fahd Medical City system, K-Mark system, King Fahd Specialist Hospital, different time frame, different opinion, different things. We'll have one opinion and one approach with represented from all ministries and all entities.
So I'd say one system that maintains freedom and competition.
Yes.
So to satisfy both of you. Dr. Mohammed Sagir, then we'll conclude up with Dr. Majid Al-Jarisi. Dr. Sagir, are you? What's your recommendation for having that?
I agree with both of my colleagues, and from my experience, most of the country they have the entity for the clinical trial, like Ontario clinical trial, Netherlands clinical trial, France clinical trial, Swedish clinical trial, and the aim of having a body on the level of on the national level is to negotiate the guidelines, negotiate the ethics, negotiate with the pharma, how to attract the pharma to the country. So now what we are doing, everybody is trying by himself, or the sponsors is trying to come to the country. So we need a body who will present the strength and the opportunity in the country when it comes to the clinical trial, what they have in the infrastructure, the expertise, the logistics. So I think a body, national body, is very, very, very important.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sagir. Then we'll conclude.
You can call it.
Yeah, تفضل دكتور Sagir. We call it.
Okay, I have another comment, Dr. Tariq, because one of the presenters from the investment, she talked about the clinical trial coalition, and Dr. Jarisi talking about the National Command Center. So there is two entities.
Yes.
Hello?
We hear. Yeah, we got the doctor. Yes, it's the clinical trial coalition that was mentioned by the Ministry of Investment. And if you allow me, let's hear from Dr. Majid Al-Jarisi, which is the Saudi
National Command Center.
Yes. Let's hear from Dr. Majid.
So how we can put it together.
Yeah, then we can, because to be honest, I would love to keep this discussion, but for you and for the audience, I would love to close. Now we are at 10 almost. Dr. Majid, what's your comment to wrap up with all these point of views?
You make it difficult on me, Dr. طارق. يعني صراحة أنا عاجز عن الشكر لك الحقيقة للريسيرش يونت في عندكم في الجامعة على الإفورت وعلى to يعني keep us gathered و sharing ideas experience. أعتقد we have a conclusion of this meeting tonight. كان حقيقة fruitful discussion جدا from different perspective, from principal investigators perspective, from regulatory perspective, from research centers perspective. If we dissect the problem عندنا يعني يمكن نلخصها في حاجتين رئيسية على building infrastructure وعلينا احنا خلينا نسميه انفسنا research center administrators. انتم دكتور طارق وانا والدكتور صقر والدكتور صالح. This is where we are now on the administrator as research centers. ومعنا الانفستيجيتورز الدكتور عينة والدكتور مساعد والاذرز طبعا هم اللي يعني يقطفون الثمره. ففي دايسكت let's work احنا together كريسيرش سنترز وشير ايديا. انا والله اشوف يعني lot of experiences that if we share it مع بعض we can shorten the time. كلنا متفقين على to lift up the upscale the level of infrastructure clinical trials. If I may share with you just a small experience that we had مع COVID-19 clinical trials. We are running 2 clinical trials now parallel. اللي هو ال AV mild placebo control مع ال FACT clinical trial. And we went into centers لأول مرة يشوفون clinical trials, لأول مرة يشوفون a clinical trial protocol. And we went there. It was a big challenge. Alhamdulillah, we succeed in training the sites, training the investigators, getting Saudi FDA approval from a primary care centers. ما تخيلوا بدون without underestimating their صراحة يعني infrastructure في المنصورة وفي العريجة وفي أماكن بعيدة جدا primary care centers recruiting patients from their centers. Can you imagine يعني we reach that stage which is الحقيقة يعني good achievement. It means people are willing, just need to give them a hand and you will يعني الحمد لله this is يعني عندنا the way is paved for us to build on. لكن نبغى نجتمع مع بعض نلتقي ونشير اكسبيرينس. ويمكن دكتور صقر ذكر على الاي هارب it will be nice to share the experience of King Fahd Specialist Hospital على getting the approval of اي هارب. دكتور صالح اكيد عندهم الاس او بيز وعندكم كذلك الاس او بيز that we can share. عندنا كذلك so many things that we can also share. فاعتقد if we sit on one table and put a plan ممكن تكون يعني workshop discussion, تكون يعني practical discussions على many things. على الكونتراكت نراجع الكونتراكت والتمبلت that we should have. نراجع الابروفال بروسيس. الشركات الان هم علشان يجون لنا واحنا نقول لهم we are the hub of clinical trials. لا لو اذا عندنا البروسيس تاخذ 3 months 4 months يقول لكم انا احتاجكم صراحه. عندنا other centers that can have approval process أسرع منكم وممكن أكثر patients. So علشان كذا ودنا نتكاتف. It's not only K-Mark on the show what means إن K-Mark is doing the best while others they are not. It is a global, it is a national الحقيقة أنا أعتبرها national mission لنا كلنا جميعا. We represent our country. وأعتقد الحمد لله يعني وصلنا الآن إلى مرحلة ناضجة جدا من يعني importance of having clinical trials. نبغى فقط نحط النقاط على الحروف and hopefully إن شاء الله we will do it soon.
Perfect, دكتور. أنت put all opinions together. بروف بهمام he's listening always يعني his direction لنا في إنه always إحنا الuniversity hospital with the other efforts بمشيئة الله.
Dr. Tariq, let's take it as an action plan and as an initiative from this meeting and start preparing for this, what Dr. Tracy said, and come with the a body or whatever you call, and start working together to standardize all the processes and how we can strengthen the partnership with the sponsors. This is very, very important. And Dr. Jesse was talking about the clinical trial agreement, which is very, very important. And there is a lot of discussion, and always there is discrepancy between the sites. And most of the sponsors, they have a concern regarding this.
واضح يا دكتور. تم اخذ التوصيه. انا تسمحوا لي لازم اقفل الان، ولا انا عارف انه النقاش يطول. دكتور عينة شكله بدها تقول شيء دكتوره، لكن انا بروميس انا I put all recommendations today واقول سدت لبروف بهمام باذن الله الشيف اكاديميك اوفيسر. I would love to conclude. انا I know it's a hot topic لكن خلاص 10:05 we have to close because we have a half-minute video, so please watch it before you go. Thank you very much for all who supported this event. Prof. Hersi, Prof. Bahamam, my team, you'll see their names. They prepared for this event in 3 weeks only because we decided to do it by the end of the year. Thank you very much for all of you. And I called you all accepted to be in the program. No one rejected. Well, I know you are busy in your time, your work, you are overwhelmed overnight, Monday and the beginning of the week. Thank you very much. Thanks for all what you provided us today. I will inshallah share all the recommendations that we collected from today's all talks, and you have approximately 12 recommendations. It will come inshallah soon. Allow me a few days and we'll relax شوي after this event. Inshallah I will send the recommendations. Thanks for all. We are receiving thank yous. So my team, please, you put the video to close. If you all allow me to go and say thank you for all of you.
شكرا لكم جميعا. في امان الله.
شكرا لكم جميعا.